It's a pleasure. First of all, I like your description, what you sent me on the Facebook.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad, I sent to my my business partner, and like he said, "Holy shit, like, man, you have really nice guests, and I'm a really like the way like people even approach me, because I believe the people who just want to come, there's not even agenda. We even don't talk much, right? We didn't talk much, so." Like I believe the foundation's always the same. Like everyone have some story, and people who like approach me, there's like the next level, the next step. It's always like I want to share with others. I want to give something what I'm possible not get from heaven, get from the work, get from the experience, and now it's the time when I can give something to others. So, Zsolt, that's what I say, correct?
Zsolt.
Zsolt. Okay,
Yeah,
Zsolt.
LT.
Okay, okay, Zsolt. Tell me your story.
Well, story begins like this. If you knew me in my teens, you would have said that, okay, this person is either going to end up in jail or either going to end up dead. I was hanging with the wrong crowds, the wrong people. I was getting into trouble a lot. And also, I didn't come from a family that is from that side of the spectrum, right? But because I was in an environment that was different, I ended up going out with them, hanging with them, and doing a lot of crazy shit. But as soon as I got into like university, things started to change. I studied accounting, and I actually didn't get my diploma when I finished. I wasn't eligible to do the so-called thesis, right? And what I chose, and in that last year, that's when my life changed. I got approached by a girl when I was going to one of my classes, and she approached me like with big smile and with a really interesting story on, hey, would you like to hear about volunteering work in India? I was like, okay, this sounds good. Okay, this is interesting than the class that I'm going to. Okay, I'm gonna listen to you. I was running late to class, so I was like, okay, let's see what happens here. And in that point, she explains to me like, okay, she's from ISEC. If you heard about ISEC, yeah.
Hot girls, yeah.
Yeah.
Open-minded girls.
And the thing was very, very appealing to me. And then I said, okay, I want to hear more. Let's talk later. And then I actually didn't go to class. I skipped that class and I went back home, and I had this thought in my head like, okay, this is something interesting. Let me just Google and see what's around there, like what's the whole idea. And I think it was like 4 weeks after, 3-4 weeks after, when I get the call for an interview, like a discussion, but it's an interview, like they want to check you out if you're an okay person to set abroad and so on. And I signed up on the spot. And I find out that they actually have the volunteering program, but also a work and travel kind of program in which you do an internship and you actually get a salary for it. And then I found out that, there's so many countries open. It's not just India, it's China, it's Brazil. You can go to Panama, you can go to almost any country in the world. And there are so many opportunities in which you can learn something very, very useful. And that was my opening towards a different world. I let go of everybody that I had in my friends group. I actually did that 2 times in my life. Before going to university, when I figured out that, okay, these people are holding me back and everybody's just either jealous or either doesn't want me to succeed. And after university, when I realized that everybody else that I had next to me was not there for my best interest. And I started fresh. New friends, new group, new everything. And that's how I ended up first time in China. In the same year that I met that girl, the same year that I finished university, but I didn't actually graduate because I didn't do the thesis for it. And I chose not to go down the route of continuing studies, everything. Let's go and explore. I end up in China, and that's where the whole thing starts. It's like a new world, different culture. I never been to Asia, never been outside of like 3 or 4 European countries before that. Right now I'm counting like 20 something countries. But back then, with the mindset of an Eastern European guy who doesn't know much about the world, it was shocking, but it was good. I did have a chance of meeting people from abroad, like many times in my life. but I never had the chance of living somewhere. So, short story on that, I ended up not getting along at all with my colleagues at work. And I had this colleague that was backstabbing me all the time. Everything that broke, everything that didn't go well, it was my fault, of course, you know. And at one point, I was like, okay, you guys are not even paying me well, because they were late with like 1.5 months with my salary and so on. And it was kind of mutual agreement. You want to fire me? I want to leave, you know. Let's just end it. And I didn't have any more money left. And then I moved to the next bigger city, which is Xiamen in Fujian province. And I go there with, I think I had like 150 yuan in my pocket. And that was just enough for a few meals, and that's it, you know. Didn't have a place to stay at, nothing. Back in the days, if you know Couchsurfing, the organization, it was amazing. You could find people all over the world, and that's how I traveled back then. And it was beautiful. And I actually got lucky being homeless and being without any prospect of anything. I got to stay with like 2 or 3 hosts, which helped me out for the period of like a week and a half. Meanwhile, I was trying to find some kind of job. So what kind of job, what kind of thing you can do there? You don't speak any Chinese, you only speak English, and that's it, you know? So I ended up doing some homeschooling for kids, small kids from 5 years old to 8 years, 10, and also work for some language schools. Some of them were like scams that they only wanted you for one class, and that's it. They were promising you like a full job, but no. But I ended up finding one school that wanted to fill their weekend schedule because nobody wanted to take the weekend. And I was like, okay, I'm going to take the full weekend. Give me everything that you have. And I took it all of the hours. Like they actually had like 6 hours Sunday, 6 hours Saturday. And I took all of that. And the pay was so good that it actually left me with enough money to rent a place in the quite middle of the city and to live quite well, had food, had everything, so it was going quite well. And in the same time, I was kind of dating from a distance, online dating a girl from Indonesia. And my full mission was to actually be with her. I never met her in my life before.
Oh, wow.
So it was like we got to know each other via ISEC, via an email that I sent.
Wow.
So from an email to go into a relationship without seeing anybody, you know, it's a crazy story, you know, like what could go wrong?
Yeah.
And the whole plan was, okay, make money in China, go to Indonesia. And then it happens in 2013 in February that I reach Indonesia, and a beautiful love story begins to bloom from there. But after that, things like with religion, you know, like Indonesia, especially not the Bali area, because this was in Surabaya.
When was this?
This is 2013.
2015. Okay.
Yeah, a bit of time ago.
Yeah.
So Surabaya is like very, very Muslim, like most of Indonesia. And of course, her parents are not agreeing on me marrying her and being with her and so on. And that relationship dies out after I come back home. We try to make it work, but cannot. And I get back home and things are not going well. So my whole life is turned upside down. I get into a huge depression state. And because I have a compounded depression state before that, in 2012, before I went and joined ISEC and done all of these things and trips, actually my parents split up. My father said on his birthday, which is actually my birthday as well, he announced that he's leaving. And we were in shambles. I'll just say it like that. We were on the brink of being fully bankrupt, broke and everything. And he kind of kicked the bucket with that last thing. And I wanted to escape. So that was the main thing why I chose like Asia and so on. I wanted to escape, wanted to go abroad and just get rid of this emotional feeling that I had. And I wanted to start my own life, my own thing. And when I couldn't do that with that girl, I ended up getting back into that whole dark place for maybe like 9 months and so. And then slowly, because I'm not a person that gives up easily. I've been down many times and get up and get up and get up. That's the only way that I see life working. I get out of that state. I start doing renovation projects for certain apartments, certain studios, and then enough money is made together with my mom that we can buy a rundown house, we can renovate it, we can buy a studio, we can renovate it, sell it for a profit. For example, one studio, we got it for like 9,000 euros. We sell it for 16. We buy it back again from the same people. Wow. For 12 and then sell it for 18 for another buyer. Like these were the kind of transactions that were going on. And the whole thing is that some of the people who buy like studios, they are people who have a bit of problems with drinking and so on. And they don't have a lot of money, right? And then they buy it, they get drunk, they gamble, they screw their money, and they want to sell because they are in debt. So yeah, we help them out for those kind of people when they are on the brink of losing everything. Like, okay, I know that you have this apartment. I can take it off your hands, but not for the market price. I take it off for a bit less, but I will make sure that I find a house for you. So all of the deals that we were doing like that, we found them houses, for example, in the village, next to the city, a full house with garden, with everything, fully livable. And we buy that for them and we put them there. So they have some place to stay at and they don't lose the money immediately, right? So, of course, some of these people, they run down the place in such condition that it's like, it becomes unlivable in like 1-2 years. But that's the type of people they are. And I mean, if you can help, you help at a certain point, but that's how it is. But that gave us a bit of capital to keep ourselves afloat, pay off some of the bank loans and everything, because we were looking at a really, really big debt, about 350,000 euro debt in that time, because all of the things that my father left me with were debt, like 350,000 euro from me and my mom, and we had to fix that because banks were foreclosing on everything. We lost 3 properties already, because we had like a business before and everything. We were doing well, but you know, like if one person is not there to support and he's actually destroying everything for you, it's very difficult. And we get out of that. We pay everything off and starting to have a nice and beautiful life. And then I get into actually doing hospitality. On the hospitality side, we have a building that's still existing. It's a guest house and it's made in a luxury way. So we can give like a really nice experience for people. It's only 4 units inside and 500 square meters. So it's like really, really nice to live in there. And that was the business that I ran. And that went very well. But the only mistake I made, and a lot of people make that mistake, is that you work super hard and you don't focus on yourself, on your health, on your personal time, and just taking a rest. I didn't take rest for about 4 years. Yeah, about 4 years of working 12 to 14 hours a day.
Wow.
Non-stop, no vacation, like nada. And of course, money-wise, it was okay. But what happened was that I ended up with 5 burnouts.
Okay.
5 burnouts. It took me 5 times to realize that I'm doing this wrong. And yeah, sometimes I learn hard. But the 5th time was shocking and awakening for me. All of the 5 times, I ended up in the ER.
Oh, okay.
And the last time I ended up, I had to have emergency surgery. And that's when it hit me like, okay, I might not be here in the morning, you know? Like in the pain that I am, with everything that I was feeling there, I didn't care if someone came out and just shot me dead, you know? Like that would have been a good situation in that case. I didn't know what to do. I was suffering at a level of incredible. And I have the surgery everything goes well. They remove the stones and stuff and everything that I had, and it was okay. And after that, I focused more on myself, on time for myself, and that's when I made the decision. Okay, enough with struggling like this. I want to find a job that pays me very well for this moment and gives me the best work-life balance that I can have. And I found it. And I did this exactly when COVID hit. So 1 month before COVID hit, I got the job. I'm new in the role and everything. And then I also tell these people, because I booked myself a vacation before getting hired for 2 months to tour Asia. And I tell them at the interview, at the moment that we're signing it, that, I have a vacation in a month that I have to go to. Okay, it's not a problem vacation, but how long? 2 months? I mean, you hire in quite an important role, and the learning curve for that role is quite hard. And I'm just dropping the ball on them like, hey, I'm going to go on 2-month vacation to Asia, and then I'll be back, but I'll do all the job, everything. And it was all right. I actually had an agreement of having 1 month unpaid with them, and 1 month was like according to law and everything. And it turned out to be one of the best experiences during COVID. Like, you're in Bali and COVID hits the news, and you're like, oh, it's just China. It's close, but it's not yet there. And then next destination, you go to the Philippines, and 1 day before flying to the Philippines, the first case lands in the Philippines, and you're like, okay, well, we're going there. Will this be okay? Like, will something happen to us? Because nobody knew like the seriousness of the situation and how infectious and so on. Everybody was very, very scared about it. Well, yeah, we end up finishing with Philippines. We go to Cambodia, and in Cambodia, again, the same thing. People are starting to leave. Like, tourism fell maybe 70% in 1 week there. And the last week, because we do like 2 weeks and a bit, and last week, the only tourists that were there, like maybe like 5,000 people in in Siem Reap, in Angkor Wat. There weren't many other people around there. And we had a return flight that had to go back to Romania, but we had to go through Singapore. So we had a bit of a longer layover in Singapore. And 2 days before flying to Singapore, the news breaks that some of the countries are closing down. Like, before, you didn't have the countries closed down. This was unfathomable to have a country totally closed down, like no flights in, no flights out, nothing. And we were thinking like, oh, well, we don't want to be stuck in Cambodia if we are stuck in a country, like, let's just get to Singapore. And if we're stuck in Singapore, it's still better, but we really want to go home. And as soon as we get to Singapore, everything's all right. We can still pass. We get back to Romania. We land in Romania. And then, of course, directly quarantine. When they heard that we came from Asia, you could see the immigration officer turned white. And
they think already you've came back from China, right? Whatever, right?
Yeah, I said, no, not China, just Singapore, just Singapore. And her face turned white, and I was like, okay, you need to go to the quarantine room, get checked, and then they put us in like 2-week quarantine. They said, like, okay, after 2 weeks you can go out, you can do whatever. Not really. 1.5 weeks into our quarantine, everything locks down. Yeah. So you have everything locked down, and we just had like a little bit of vacation on top of a vacation. Nobody was working. With work, I was learning from home, doing work from home all the time. So yeah, I asked for work-life balance. I definitely got it. Even with COVID, but it was interesting. Yeah, and because I'm really, really not a great employee when it comes to being in a business, because I think with my entrepreneur mind. If I see an issue, I want the issue fixed. And if someone is not wanting to fix that issue, it bothers me so much that I'm not dealing with it anymore. So in that way, I said, okay, I need to get back on the horse. Let's go down the entrepreneurial route. And I end up opening my business consulting company, because people started coming to me asking for advice or certain things. There were some hotels that were looking for advice on how to get their distribution out, how to put their availability online and the different systems and so on. And I knew all about it. So that's how it all started. I started working with some Cuban properties. I helped about 30 guest houses and so on from Cuba to put themselves online,
Nice.
to get tourists from abroad, get payments done for them. So it was quite a nice journey with them. But then some legislation changed and couldn't work with Cuba anymore. But now I'm helping other types of companies figure out their issues. So it's quite a nice journey. And right now we're in the process of moving everything from Romania, from Europe to Asia in this part. And there are some really big plans on the way.
Cool. I think many people have similar journey, like when you were students, right? Because being a student, it's first for someone is the crazy time, right? The best party ever.
Yeah.
For some people, they always trying to find some other way. Like I used to do when I study, I opened a cash flow club. I don't know if you hear about the Robert Kiyosaki.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I opened cash flow club, but at the same time, I also see the ISEC, right? And even the couch surfing was the time when you were a student and you travel and everything. So it's always give you the like some opportunity to go, stay for free, meet so many people, right? And I always consider like, okay, like you can study, but there's not enough. Like you can work on some company, but it's not enough, right? You can always find the time to look for other side, right? Like someone say, oh, I don't have time because I have a work. It's like basically you can do a lot of things at your work. Like I work on the call center even in the Philippines, and I do it 2-3 other things the same time, right? Because I just need to monitor here, the phone here, computer here, so you can, right? So I think that like the organization, like ISEC, I was also the AEG, and like I even put the couchsurfing because even I remember like I travel. I was in Hong Kong the same time.
Yeah.
I used to go like a visa run from Philippines. That time was 1 year visa, so after 1 year I need to go someplace. So I go Hong Kong, and also like hotels are super expensive, like $100 minimum.
Yeah, it's
right?
impossible for a
Crazy.
student. It's not.
Yeah. It was like when I moved to Asia basically. So it's like, oh damn, and I met some guy the guy was so funny story. The guy was working on the Buddhist temple, but at the same time he was Mormon. And because when he traveled to US, the family who are Mormon, they take care of him and they bring him to his place and everything. So they basically he like switched from the being Buddhist. Let me switch. He didn't switch. It's basically not allowed, to be honest, like be Mormon and the Buddhist.
Yeah.
You can have the two religions. They're very strict about this one. You cannot even have the different religion boyfriend or husband. Husband's possible, even relationship if you're not Mormon.
Yeah.
Like,
same as Islam.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why on the Philippines I go to the Mormon church because I follow some girls like, oh yeah, I can be Mormon, like, and because I need to attend to the church to basically talk to her, right?
Yeah.
Because she asks like, what's your religion? It's like, oh, I'm Catholic. Oh, yeah, we are not the same, because I'm from this church. Because even if Catholic, it's not the same. You need to be Mormon.
Yeah,
Mormon
like
can
Catholic
marry.
and Protestant.
Yeah.
Even there are some differences.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, Mormon was more strict. Like they can only have a Mormon. So the guy basically worked on the Buddhist temple, and at the same time he was, because of the family and everything, like he was Buddhist, but yeah, like he's like he also part of the Mormon, which was crazy. And I spent on the Hong Kong like I think 2 weeks, and later I feel even so bad because like I cannot find other couch surfing in Hong Kong was very hard, so I feel so bad to come back to his place and everything because my ticket was like 2 weeks. So it's like, oh damn, but it was a great time. The guy showed me like all the Hong Kong like places, take me to temple, take me to Mormon and everything. So it's like, wow, it's you can discover a lot of things with this kind of people, right?
Yeah.
Especially Isaac, you have even relationship and everything. I think it's a great adventure. I mentioned like, yeah, you got hot girls and everything. It's all about the networking. This allowed you to reach people who don't just study but also do networking, right? And do it something more.
everyone who I met through Isaac that I kept relationship, they became very, very successful people. I still keep in touch with a few of them. I have a friend who's from Mexico, and he's living in in Texas. So, but he's Mexican, and it's just perfect. Like, he has his own insurance company running there, and he built it with his uncle and everything. So people get into different roles, and these people, you see it from that point that you join the organization, that these people want more from the world, and they are the go-getters. They are going to make it happen, and that was a good energy push. It helps. On the other side, regarding the churches, when I was in Indonesia, I had the chance to go to a Christian church in Jakarta, also with one of my couchsurfing hosts, and it was amazing. It blew my mind. Like, in Europe, the church is an old building that looks like super medieval and everything. Like, that's the thing that you are born with. That's what you see. You're not expecting a church to be a conference room in a skyscraper with a big stage and live music that they sing gospels and everything. It's just a weird experience for me. And the best thing about that was that they had live translation to English.
Oh, okay.
There were like maybe 5 foreigners in the whole room, and they had like 400, 500 people, and they have English interpreters. You put on your headset and you listen to everything. Everybody that says anything, or even when they sing, they translate everything.
Nice.
That was just perfect. Like, the level of organization and the modernity of the whole thing, it was astounding for me. And then I realized, like, hey, we in Europe, we aren't really innovating that much. Like, what's happening, you know? And right now, the reason why I chose to be in Bangkok, the reason why I left my country, was the decline of social life and the decline of innovation when it comes to society and everything around us.
What do you mean by that?
People are very, very stuck in the past. And especially when you look at Romania, we are post-communist. Post-communist, Slavic influences, Balkanic influences, that's a melting pot of no progress, or very difficult progress. Imagine having a European Union country which still doesn't really have a full highway system. What the hell are we talking about? Look at Thailand. You have highway on top of highway and top of highway, and let's not even talk about the SkyTrains and so on. But, like, these are some of the things that are the big differences. And also when it comes to social life, the decision was made for me to move, like fully move abroad to Asia, when it took me 6 months to meet with a friend. For 6 months, we were scheduling every week, every weekend, every time to make it possible to meet up. When I was in Asia, when I lived here, I never had that issue. I can call up someone in the same day. I can go out, I can meet with them. I can do a lot of things with a lot of people. And I'm not a person that wants to stay at home all his life and just fade away over there. That's not me. And I want that dynamic of people around me. I'm not a person that has hundreds of friends. I have 5 friends, and that's it. 5. They are great. They're amazing. Don't need a lot. Need quality. But in social life, it's not just about friends. It's about networking. It's about doing things, activities, finding new stuff. And that's something that's very, very difficult right now in Europe. And this is just Romania. But when I hear stories of people from Germany, for example, from France, they move there, but they're excluded so much. Especially if you're Romanian, people have like a really, really bad image about Romanians of being always people who steal and cheat and la la la. That's mostly of the Roma people that do that, the gypsies, right?
Yeah.
But they don't differentiate.
Yeah.
It's just like that. And you're marginalized so much that you can't do anything socially in those environments. But if it's happening in your own home, then it's time to change.
Yeah, that's even you see, like, it was so long ago, like, even we call this like a gypsy and everything. Poland is a big community and everything.
Yeah.
But right now it was not even on my head. It's connect with the Romania, because it was so disconnect for so many years. Like, only our, like, maybe parents remember it was the part with, like, like a core, right?
Yeah.
Right now it's totally different. Like the same, like a story about the Jude, like in the Jewish people, like in Poland and everything. It's not touch me when someone say, like, oh, this religion, this was like the past. It's like I can hear from someone's story, but it's not connect with the reality. Like, some things connect with the, like, the same Polish people, right? Like the same Polish.
Polish people in the UK are seen exactly as Romanians.
Oh yeah.
See, it's the same thing. What's up with Polish people? Polish people are great people, like any other people, The only thing is that certain groups have some type of bias about certain ethnicities, and that's where the problems start.
Yeah.
I can say it to that extent, Indian people and Thai people.
Yeah.
Same thing, right? They have this thing that they don't really like each other. They even barely tolerate each other, right? And you can see that thing also with the Chinese, also with the Cambodian, Vietnamese.
Yeah, Japanese, Korea, yeah, absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
And for example, the new thing, right? So Thailand is boycotting Korea, right? South Korea.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so what happened was that South Korea, because they are fucking racist, and I can say that because they are, they are refusing a bunch of Thais from entering the country.
I know this, I know this.
Yeah, and their level of refusals have reached such a high point that everybody else is saying, like, okay, we're not going there anymore. And Thais were a big portion of the tourism. Now, because Thailand loves K-pop and the culture and everything, that's why they want to go.
They love Lisa, that's why, And
that's
it's big,
another
but
thing.
It's a big part of this,
It is
even
a part.
the name is the big part of the, like, the current the tourists who go there, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
US Korea, you're doing a really good job of promoting yourself. But US Korea, on the other hand, is discriminating so hard. And it's not just about the discrimination. Let's talk about the financial losses here. For Thai people, to make enough money to go to Korea and stay there for even a week and just the plane tickets, right? It's a huge expense.
Yeah.
Some of them work 1 year, 2 years to make that happen, right? And if you, as a country, are refusing such people because they don't have a banking super high paid job for you to let them in because you think that they're going to steal jobs or whatever, that's going to do a big backlash on you. And that's what's happening right now. It's a bit of a boycott going on. The same thing happened between Austria and Romania, right? Because Austria is always putting the stick into the wheels of Romania, getting into Schengen and getting into any other thing as well, saying that we don't do enough on immigration. We have the lowest immigration. We actually keep people out, and we have really good controls of it. Like statistics talk really well on that. But their problem is something else. They have an ethnicity issue with us. And because Austria has one of their biggest companies on the wood production and everything, they have many companies in Romania. And most of the income of those companies come from Romania. And we started boycotting them as well.
Okay.
Because it's the same situation, like one country, a powerful country, just talks shit and looks down on the country that is actually feeding them. Don't forget, it's not you're powerful because someone's actually bringing in that capital for you. But if you're hurting that capital gain, then of course you will feel it as well in your economy. That's what's going to happen. I mean, if they keep pushing for that, they might end up really, really in a bad situation. Both of these countries, they're very similar. Austria and South Korea, very similar.
I think it's like every country have similar story with. I mean, some story with some country, right? So it's always like connected. Like we have the same now with the Poland and Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
Which is crazy because we used to won't help them, right? And now it's go against to us, and the government go against to the Polish people, which is crazy, right? Like it's supposed to be we are supposed to be the most important, right? More for the government, from the like even support and everything, but we are on the last of the list, right? Like more rules, more law, more, benefits, have basically, average person from other country who's refugees, whatever, right?
Yeah.
So we don't have the, like a normal support, which is also like always the question, like, okay, if you don't like some situation, if you don't like something, like why you need to go there, like why you need to stay here, right? And
Exactly.
and I think like many people like try and just complain about what's going on, like complain about the government, complain about the situation, complain about money, work, business, and everything. So it's like you have two choices. Like you can do something about this one and stay on your own country, which is possible. Like I really respect people like
Yeah.
in Europe for own country to stay there and to fight with the with the all the system, right? Which is very difficult because sometimes you can just move to some place and they're like 70% problems gone. It's like, oh, we don't need to pay this, we don't need to do this one, we don't need to open like a, no, we don't need to on the beginning, like it's fine. Oh wow, right? Like many like countries with the free tax for like 1 year, whatever, right?
Yeah.
That is, they allowed you to like basically have more freedom, which it's a great info, but many people stuck, and they don't feel there's possibilities. So I think, like I like to talk about the perspective because on your side you stay there, you still connected with the even politics, rules, religion, everything, with your own country, but you open enough. Maybe your experience about the China and everything, like we also talk about the, I went to the Taiwan and you have more experience looks like about this side of the world, and then you see the difference, like, and then you see the similarity, and it's easier for you to choose between the Europe and, for example, Asia, right?
Yeah.
And also look on the possibilities, not only about the business, because I think on your case, like you see, like the networking is the big case. Like, you can find the numbers, and you can maybe I can ask you like, what you're looking for, like more for the like numbers or like networking, or different question, like, do you believe you do business with the friends or you think it's separate things? Like never make, because I have two opinion, right? People say never make business with friends, family, right? Because business cause problems, money cause problems. So better to do it with someone who you don't know, because the business is business and the friendship is friendship.
In that way, I have two things to say. It's right in both cases. First of all, doing business with people that are not my friends, that are not my family, it's good because in that way, there are no personal issues that go against what we're doing. It's a very professional relationship. We focus on what needs to be done and we respect that thing. On the other hand, yes, you can work perfectly with family, with friends, but those people need to be on the same wavelength as you. And that's what's missing. A lot of people think like, hey, I want to do business with my brother, but my brother is the type of person that wants to be taken care of and he's going to spend all the money. I have one client right now that has that situation. So what he's doing forestry work in Germany. What they do is like, for example, there's a big central park right in the city and they want to do all the planting of the trees. They want to remove some stuff. They want to plant some other things. This is the company that does that, right? So they will cut out all the big trees that are old, plant new ones, like take care of this. He has a brother, a twin brother. They look exactly the same, but they are two different worlds. So this guy, my client, he makes everybody in the family survive. He's one pillar that takes care of 38 people. 38 people. Everybody else is leeching on him, especially his brother. His brother is in the company, but he has so many problems with him. And my suggestion was to him, remove your brother. Honestly, if you need to, it's better for you to give him an allowance that you regulate and you just keep it like that, but don't make him do any decisions. Keep him out of the business. It's not helpful. On the other side, I have a friend that works together with his family, and his family is a bit bigger. Okay, so that's like maybe 12 people involved in the whole thing, and they are the only employees in the company. Everything's perfect. They can trust each other on a way different level, but everybody's on the same wavelength in terms of getting things done and not screwing over anybody. all disputes are super easily resolved because it's within the family. Okay, so this is like a super family run business. It can work, but you need to be very, very straightforward with yourself. Is this person right for me? Even if it's my parent, even if it's my brother, even if it's a stranger, you need to know when to cut people off. And that's the real answer to it.
It's all about the foundation, and also like what foundation you represent, because other people will be like your mirror basically, right? So if you are let's say the leader, right? Because I also believe like, you know, the always the one person who attract other people, and then let's say, I don't say make decision, but I say like make the rules, or make the build the character, you know, like for example, even on my side, like the rules are maybe even different than the like regular business, because there's two approach, right? Like a business way and you're like a friendship way, which is basically the same. You need to be honest, you know, you need to be, you know, like you need to work hard, you know, like you need to have a work ethic, right?
Sure.
You need to be loyal, but also loyal. That's the, you know, what's your opinion about loyalty? Like in general, on what you think about the loyalty? Like connect with the freedom of someone can do whatever they want, or need to stick to you no matter what? Like, what's your opinion? Because I think there's many misunderstand. Like someone say like, oh, you know, I'm loyal to you. No, I'm loyal to someone, but you know, if someone it's not follow like rules, or like, you know, not honest, or, you know, cheating, scamming, like there's no way I can be loyal to someone who don't, you know, respect me and respect others, right? And on the other case, this person can say, oh, you're not loyal, you know, because you leave me, right? So it's like a quite like, you know, different approach. Someone called me like, I remember I have a, you know, so like a teammates, and then I said to someone like, you know, like if you work with me, you work with me, like you cannot work with them like my competitors. It's like oh, you treat people like you're a slave, you know, they cannot do other things. Like you can do other things, you know, whatever you want, but it's like, you know, working on my competitor, you know, which is not fair. But it's, you know, outside people, you know, judge, right? So what's your opinion about the loyalty?
Here again, we can categorize it a bit. When it comes to interpersonal relationships, loyalty means that I trust you with my feelings, with my emotions and my secrets and everything, and I want you to make sure that they stay safe, and I feel safe and I feel respected and everything. And when something like that shatters, of course you feel different about it, and that is kind of important. And I think that type of loyalty is something that should be kept, because you entrust that person with someone that is more emotionally charged. When it becomes on the business side, and when it comes on, let's say, like some people say like, okay, you watched a series, an episode without me, right?
Yeah.
It's like the smallest fight that you can have, right? But it's a big thing, right? I don't think of that as a loyalty issue. I think of that as something that, okay, I have a need and I want that need to be satisfied, and it really doesn't do a harm in that way. I categorize it as harmful or not harmful. If it's harmful, then do the things that are okay and make sure that everybody is all right. If it's not harmful, okay, you can discuss it. It's something that they really want to happen, then okay, you will not do it anymore like that. Okay. On the business side, that's different. So on the business side, this is where the NDAs were invented. For example, I can have 5 clients from the same industry, and they can be damn sure that none of the information flows from one to the other, because I signed those very, very hard to do NDAs with each of them, in which neither they can use what I'm giving to them outside of the scope, and neither can I. But it's very, very well established. It's all about what you put as a rule. And the rule is followed, and everything's all right. And then it makes it easier. But you need to always discuss what's your expectation beforehand. So if you have someone that's an editor, right? and he wants to do editing for everybody else, then you can discuss with him. Hey, I'm gonna sign an NDA with you. The technology and methods that we develop are only for us, and you cannot use it with other podcasters or so on. And in that way, it ensures that everybody is respected. If he is okay with that way of working, then you're also feeling okay with the whole thing. And it's all about communication.
Yeah.
It's how you set it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's all about like transparency, like what you say on the beginning, right? Because like I always say, even, you know, on my team, I always say like, and it's also about the talking about the others. There's two things, because I think it's also very important. Like if I have people who like talk about someone, I always say, you know, like if you come to me and talk about someone, you should be aware, like you should have the same, you should tell this person the same things what you're telling me.
Yeah.
If you're just telling me and you are not able to communicate with this person,
it's gossiping.
It's gossip. It's basically like, you know, it's not make any sense. And I always say, like, you know, if you tell me, I'll tell this person. So no, it's only between us. Like no. You should communicate. You know, that's why all the problems come because people don't communicate and they don't like make like rules before. Like for example, like, you know, like I'm open. You can do whatever you want. Just tell me, you know, like, so I can also find a way. Maybe, you know, if you will be busy, so I can find someone, you know, to do this for you. If you'll be a weekend on party and everything, no worries. If you go with, you know, someone for 1 week or you work something, just tell me. And funny things, because if you do something like this and person communicate, you learn new things also to like cover the space, you know, if it's not working. But people trying like you know, let's say, hide the information because they feel guilty, and that's why the business is not running, because, you know, if they are not there, that's everything stop. You know, this person don't know, the main guy, they don't know, so, you know, cannot find the reason why everything slowed down, because there's no communication. So I always say, if you cannot, just tell me, and it'll be some people will be happy to help this person. If someone called me like, bro, I cannot do it, you know, can you help me? Like, sure, you know, and you feel like better, because, you know, you will say, fuck, I'll help him, you know, he's a good guy, right? So even you work harder to do with this one, and the all machine business, whatever, right, you know, friendship, you know, project, it's working well, you know, and it's go on the flow. And I think many people, like, you know, on the friendship, like if someone needs someone help, you know, you help me, I help you, you know, it's not about like I always say, like helping people, it's not about, you know, expecting things and like a karma, like, you know, sometimes, you know, on the street, for example, like I let someone go, you know, and I don't expect like, okay, now you need to give me back, right? Now you need to let me go in also, right? It's all about to give, and the world, universe, whatever, give you from many different ways, right? Like, right? Like some people like, oh, I borrow you money, now you borrow me. It's not how it works, right? Because the first, you know, you don't know how many things come back to you from different source.
Exactly.
Right? You can have a good day, and maybe because you borrowed money from some guy, you know, 2 years ago, right? And today you meet someone who you know, always, you know, need for your business, for your project. That's why I always say, like, sometimes someone asks me for money, and my friends say, yeah, you go buy some drink. It's like, and what? You know? Like, some people need some drink, you know, I don't know, I just give. I don't expect. Shit can happen. You can give someone who, you know, you think you do it do good things with the money, but, you know, we don't know that when the money go, when the money flow. You just do, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, the loyalty, it's interesting, but it's always, I think, the part about the communication. Like, you know, you explain, and then many people don't explain. They expect everyone know, right? They expect from employee, like, you know, do it this way, you know, especially on the communication of the relationship, right? You know what I feel, you know, I know what the big girls say. I know you know, right? I know you know what I want, or something like this, right?
Yeah, exactly. On the employee side, that's one thing that I want to touch on. Can you imagine a company working totally autonomously without the input of the CEO?
No.
I've done that. In not a big company, but with 3 smaller companies.
But, you know, you mean like in general, this working like everyone is on the same way, or like this, you know, CEO not exist?
CEO exists,
Yeah.
but he's not as involved in the day-to-day operations as
Okay.
you think.
It's what I had. I had this kind of business, basically.
Yeah.
So one minute, because it's exactly what I had, and we have the same experience. Like, it's all about the rules what you set up. It's all about like responsibility. I never check anybody.
That's
Tell
it.
me your story.
That's
Yeah,
it,
tell me your
exactly.
story. Yeah.
The responsibility
Yeah.
side. So what I helped set up, and it's very, very nice. I set up teams that also have managers. This whole company worked with creating certain trainings, certain workshops, and so on. And I helped set up everything in the beginning. I was coordinating everyone, making sure that everything happens as it should. And what I started doing was giving full responsibility on certain sides of the whole business to different people. Up to a point in which the only decision that I was making is what are the new projects that we're going to start. And I wasn't even deciding that. I just threw everybody into a brainstorming session in which they came up with the idea. And I just said, oh, that sounds nice. What do you think? Like, write it down.
Yeah.
Let's analyze, That's the level that you can create in many, many businesses, and even with larger corporations as well. That's why when you see all these billionaires and millionaires and so on who run the big, big companies, at a certain point, they are the ones that step back and let other people be in charge and run things, because that's how you create the biggest value. When you're there, sometimes, and this is something that I tell some of my clients, sometimes the problem in the company is in the chair sitting on top. Because you're there and you're preventing the company from actually evolving into something bigger. And that's something that's very hard for some people to hear. And I'm glad that some people trust me enough. My last client, who has an accounting company, he trusted me enough to actually allow us to get a person who was only 20 years old when we got her. It's a girl, 20 years old, no university, only high school degree, but a perfect manager and perfect by every means. And she took over a full accounting company with like 300 something clients. So yeah, it can be done.
Yeah.
It can work, but it's all about the people. It's all about how you give that responsibility to them, how you make sure that they are trained properly to deal with it.
And the big part is trust.
Yeah.
Like it was similar with my case. Like I just trust. I don't check them. But foundation was set up like this. Everyone was responsible for own part, but every part was connected with anybody else. So basically, they know if they don't do things properly, whatever, like everyone will be involved of this, so everyone can feel it. So they feel automate, and also like the result was let's say so fast. So you can really be visible, like if you do something or not. Because on the big corporation, sometimes you can work for years, and because you don't have the like visible measure of your work, so everything flow, money go, from the whatever source. They cannot check. But if it's people and it's connect with someone who who still take care of the business, they see if it's it's go down or up, so everyone know they're on the same way, they're on the path, and they're like they trust each other, and at the same time, like they need to see you as a person who is like there, but it's not about you check, but you're there in case, right? So in case,
Exactly.
like I always say, whatever happened, just call me, you need help, and I always can step in. That's why I always believe like the concept of it's not about do it everything, but at least to know the basic of anybody job, right? That's why I even set up the studio podcast and the streaming and everything, and I learn everything. So at least even hire someone, I know what's going on, how everything works. And I also respect different other people work, right? Later, when I just go, let's say higher of my level of the position, whatever, then someone say, are you really that good? And like, yeah, man, I was the best because I done everybody job, right? So it's like, okay, show me, right? It's like I don't have time for this, but okay, it's like I like the challenge, right? So I accept the challenge and I show like, okay, I sell more, I sell better than any other, you know. So it's part of ego, but also like a challenge with these people who you work, right? So, you know, like that's why people, I like the, you know, active people in the position, right? Like understand like investment and everything, but the point, like, if you have the same vibe with the people who, you know, who work, who's starting, and they say, oh, I used to do it like you know, like, you still do it this one? Yeah, me too. Like, so it's like a nice conversation because, you know, you understand these people. You understand the people pass the same journey. Some people think like when they judge people on the higher position, on the, you know, higher level of, let's say, the money, whatever, on the world, they think they are from different universe, right? Because they never talk to them, you know, so they judge them based on the, you know, like opinion, you know, this what they see from outside. That's why I like the podcast, because, you know, like people hear the stories like, oh my God, this the dude do the same things like me, you know, I also been there, I also been Bali, I also party, right? So it's the same story. It's like, damn, you know, I also go, like, we are the same, you know, and no matter like where you are right now, you know, everyone passed the same journey, you know, everyone has some issue, problems. You had depression many times, and I want to come back to this. Like, you connect like your depression or like your burnout also with the you know, was connected also with your, you know, health problem, right?
Exactly.
So it was, you know, it was most stress, tension, or like your mindset was involved, like, you know, like how it goes, or it was also connect because you just ran, you do your things and you didn't care about your body or your health. Like you look good right now, right? It was always like
this even before.
Okay, so
But
yeah,
that's the thing.
That's
It's not about not caring about your body, but you ignore certain things,
Yeah.
and that's what people do. You might look at it like, oh, you look good, it's okay. You
Yeah.
must be very well-rounded
Yeah.
and everything. But deep down, if you pop the hood, you know,
Yeah.
it's rust everywhere, you know. That's how I was. When it comes to health and when it comes to stress, health, and lifestyle, lots of things have somatic results in the physical part as well. So when you feel depressed, you will start feeling different physical symptoms of that as well. For example, you know the case that people say that you get out of a bad relationship or something ends like that, and they say the word heartbroken. Heartbroken is actually from the physical condition of having breakage in your heart, that the whole tension of that situation is so huge that it actually creates a ripple in your heart because your heart is beating so fast. It's under so much stress and everything that you will actually die of a heart attack or of a rupture or something. And that's why they call it heartbreak, because people died from those things. If you think of like certain illnesses and certain things that happen to us, they are named exactly because those things actually happen to people. And in this spectrum, people really need to take care of their mental health, and a lot of people are not doing that. Like a lot of people are actually not focusing on their mindset, on the way that they handle such situations. And you don't need to go far. I've been to the US and I wasn't scared of the guns and so on, because you can have guns with normal people and you don't expect for crazy things to happen. But when you combine guns with mentally ill people that are walking freely on the street, that are talking to themselves and carrying an AR-15 or handguns or whatever, and you see clearly that they should be in a mental institution, that's when you raise your questions. Like, how the hell? And for example, that's one of the reasons why I wouldn't live in the US. Because their healthcare is so expensive, it's so unreachable by the normal population. People who actually need it don't get it. Same thing in Thailand, right? You have an aging population and they're not getting the help of the government. So these are some of the things that are sad to see. It's why you have a lot of Thai people, especially like the children taking care of the parents and so on. It's this cycle of you're giving them the pension that actually should be the pension given by government and so on. But it's sad to see. And the fact that certain people don't realize when they are on the downward spiral, they end up in such situations that they get sick. And if you're the pillar of support for a lot of people and you don't take care of your mental health, you end up sick, you end up with different situations. Like, there's so much tragic stuff happening there. And that's the worst case of it. And that's what people should realize. It's okay. It's okay for men to go to therapy. It's okay for men to cry. It's okay for men to be down and to show that they actually feel, and they can suffer as well. It's all right. It's not something that, oh my God, you're not manly enough if you do that.
Yeah. So what's your opinion about the depression? Because there's two, there's now it's more, let's say controversial voices, right? About, also being, loser, being weak and everything, being lazy, whatever, which I'm partly agree, because many people put self to the position like they just have something to blame, which I'm, like I said, there is part which I, agree, but there is also, other part which is, more biological, more connect with our, dopamine system, when it's basically, it's even natural state. And it's also I can say, like, my opinion right now, like, the depression, it came from the dopamine reset. Like, if you have a great day and like full of endorphin, the next day it's natural dopamine drop. And I think many people like misunderstand this, and they're thinking they feel bad, so they try and cover this using the drugs, alcohol, social media, porn, and everything else. So I think it's this one that was my big like discovery. Like, it's happened like this. Yesterday, for example, like, I ran my first, the longest run ever, like 21 kilometers. And then today I'm naturally supposed to be, like, let's say why I feel, not so good today, right? On the morning, right? It's not even about the muscle pain, but in general, right? Because it was a great day yesterday, so it's like natural go down. And I think many people get this downside as a, like loneliness, depression, anxiety and everything, right? So only because I put on myself like understanding, I don't need to use anything just to cover up, like eat on the morning, right? Like, put some, sweet and everything, just to understand, okay, just they like anything other, just skip that time when you feel, have some thoughts on your mind, right? And I think many people forgot about this one. It's my opinion right now, and I'm really proud of this one, because I think it's the misunderstanding what people call depression, right? Like, it's easy to say, like, I'm depressed so I don't go work, I'm depressed so I don't go out, I'm depressed, I don't do many things, I don't achieve my level of success, whatever. So what's your opinion about this?
So when it comes to this, it's all about how well do you know yourself, how well do you analyze what's going on with you. And that's the first thing that we have to learn, to see and to always check on ourselves where we are. For example, in this state that I am, the past few months, I am in my depression state. And I know that. But on the other hand, I'm not feeding it. Because I know that the certain levels of satisfaction and some that I want and I'm not getting, or the things that I want to do, it's not working as I want. Okay, this is a phase. I identify it as a phase. I identify what it's causing me to feel and how I feel about it. But I also choose to push through that because I know what's the process. But this takes time. For someone who's dealing it for the first time, they see, or some people that don't know how to analyze their feelings, there's a specific word for this. Is, for example, when you take kids need to learn how to control their emotions. But it's not actually control, it's mostly like how to temper your emotions. It's all about how to temper your emotions. Okay, you're feeling this. What are you letting that feeling do to yourself, right? If it's going to raise me up or it's going to push me down. If it's something that's pushing me down, then I'm not going to do the things that will push me even further down. I would try to do things that lift me up. So it's always about balancing the things out. If you're feeling ultra great, that's a perfect time to do the things when you don't, or the things that you don't really want to do all the time, right? Because it gives you different energy. And the way that people use this energy actually gives you a better quality of life.
Okay. So it's all about how you use these things, not about like how you react with the things, not what's happened, right? I think it's many, quotes or, knowledge or, people who live before us. Like it's all about what your thought situation. It's all about how you react on everything.
How you react, how you temper it, how you consume it. It's all about first realizing where you are. When you realize where you are, then you know what to do. And that's something that only comes with experience. You have to go through it to reach it. And once you go through it, then you realize, okay, this is what I'm feeling right now, and this is what I can do, and this is what I shouldn't do, because it will affect me negatively. Right? So it's just about being super, super straightforward with yourself first. Like, don't try to lie to yourself, because it's not going to help.
So when you start not lying to yourself?
I think for me, it happened when I reached that point of like being in the ER and, oh, you have to go into surgery.
Yeah.
Okay. And my first question was, okay, how? Yeah. Never had it in my life. And, sometimes when you hit rock bottom, there's a good saying here.
Yeah.
If you hit rock bottom, the only way is up. Depends on what rock bottom is for everybody. I had different depths of rock bottom in my life. And I don't think there has been a Mariana Trench yet for me. And even if it will be, at least I'm in that point where I can realize and observe that something is happening and I can manage it in a different way. But not everybody is as strong to do this by themselves. I had a really good upbringing, especially from my mom's side, who's really in tune with the emotional and like also spiritual things. And that helped me.
What do you mean spiritual? I mean, from your mother experience and perspective.
She connects things in different phases of existence and so on, and she believes in that, and that helps her deal with a lot of things. I think differently, but I also respect her point of view. But I do things that work for me. She does things that works for herself. And this is something that, for example, in any relationship, even with parents or even with lovers and so on, you have to respect those differences.
That's the beauty of this. I think it's you have this on your family way, but it's it's connect absolutely with everybody, right? Like what it works for me, no need to work for you, right? It's connect, like I was before vegan. I'm like 90% meat eater. So it's connect absolute everything. Like if it's you do you, and you do you do yourself, right? And if it's not harm anybody, it's fine. Like the point is like some knowledge, some information, everything, like people do it like is the true, is the only true, and everyone need to believe the same things, right? Which even about my life, it changed constantly. I believe about many things, and it changed. And my family, like 3 months ago, you said something like this. I changed, right? That's what many people don't want. Like they don't want to change. They don't want to, make the difference. They don't want to risk. Like you said from your story, like you experience fails. And what's your opinion about happiness right now?
I'll connect this to what you said just now. When it comes to change, when you experience all of these things, there are certain things that you need to take into account. It's when you're experiencing that, what are your best tools to deal with it? and what's going to be the outcome. And if you are thinking of it in a future moment, let's say 5 years from now, you're thinking of it like, okay, this happened. Did I make the right decisions? Did I not? Am I stressing about it? Like, oh, I screwed up in the past. But the thing about this is very simple. If you think of it in the terms like, I took the best decision in that moment because that's the best decision that was available to me, then you should not stress about it anymore.
Yeah.
And in that way, success feels different. Everything else feels different because the moment that you're in, it's the best decision, the best thing that you can do for yourself.
Yeah. So it's like make you absolutely like release all the tension, because if you can make different decision, you make different decision, but you didn't, because that time you feel that's what you have. It was your own information what you got, or source, and everything. I always have my favorite quotes from, I don't know, I think I made it, but maybe someone say it in a different way. From the life, we not always get what we need, but always what we from the life, we not always get what we want, but always what we need. So if whatever decision we make, it can be connected, it means it's how it's supposed to be, because the outcome and the things what's happen, it will be, the way how you get there to achieve and everything, you don't know how it happened, Many times, and I'm a big fan of this, before I thought the pain and the suffer and the challenge and the fails are not necessary to achieve something. Now because I don't want to wish anybody to suffer, like that's why, if I have daughter, like I don't want her, make some difficulties, I want her to be happy, right? But at the same time, I know there's no other way, like it's
life experience,
like you need to have your own pain. It can be different than mine. It no need to be that painful, maybe, right? But it must happen, like if you don't do nothing, it will be hurts, right? If you do something, the pain will be there. So someone say, just choose your pain, right? Just choose your suffer, right?
Exactly.
Because you cannot escape from this, if you'll be sitting at home playing PS5, smoking joint and everything, you will pay the price. You'll be miserable, you'll be feel lonely, you feel like, you basically suffer, internal, external, about your health, you feel it, right? You inside, you not feel happy, everything you're doing, keep going, it's not make you better. It's basically you just, drain deeper and deeper, right? And if you do something, it'll be many fails, and you have many fails, right? And I think many fails also before you. So what's your next fail? What do you wanna make in your life to achieve?
Oh, I'm actually doing it. So
yeah,
that's always a process.
But you treat your process right now like you treat the fails different right now, I think, right?
Yes, and I also manage things differently.
Yeah.
So to give you a bit of backstory, I'm moving the business from one full continent to another, to a different environment, different culture, people, everything, right? I'm still retaining some from Romania, but these clients, these situations, everything, they will end, they will dry up. There won't be anything else left. So I need to make something happen locally. And that's a different elephant in the room, right? Yeah. But
you call it elephant? You call it elephant?
Elephant, yeah. Because right now, I know that the situation that I'm in, I can focus on making that transition in the right place, because I built a safety net before this that allows me to do all of that. But if I would have gone into this, as many people do, without safety nets, without something that that, okay, if shit hits the fan, it's not critical. I can risk this amount of money, I can risk that amount of time, I can risk a lot of things, but they're all super calculated risk. And that's what I'm doing. So even if it's hard, I know that it's hard. I have been working on this for months, at least maybe half a year or more, and I still have a bit more to go. Not sure to what point, but I know that there's a safety net. I know that there is something in the background that has been built by sweat, by tears, by suffering, by a lot of things, and that allows me to do this. This is a level in which some people say it like this, like you allow yourself to play.
Yeah.
And that's powerful. That's when you don't care about people's opinions. You don't care about what tries to put you down, even your own thoughts, like, oh my God, I'm failing with this, I'm failing with that. You know, like I'm doing my second marketing campaign on one of the projects. The first one was a total botch. And it's because I tried something that I wasn't 100% believing in, and I kind of went against my methods. But I said, like, okay, I never did this, so let me try. And I go into that knowing that if I make this mistake, it's a mistake that I chose to make.
Okay.
It's not something that just happened.
Yeah.
All of my choices are because I make them, and I'm content with them. And feeling contempt about things, that's where the things change. That's where the mindset changes. That's where it doesn't start to affect you as much. Because I know exactly where my limits are. I know what I'm risking. I know what I'm doing. I know how I'm building this whole thing. Am I starting from the bottom? Yeah. But the only way is up from here. And it's going to go up. I just need to find that exact little thing that's going to make it happen.
But I think the concept and I think the foundation are very similar. No matter what you do, like if I will be changing completely my business, which I do basically.
Yeah.
It's this very similar journey, you know, like it's like, you know, starting
essence,
the same,
yes.
but it's basically the same. You learn, you fail, you understand, you know, like it's the same, you know, like I can say, but it's not loop because it's totally different things, but it's the same strategy, right?
The structure.
The structure is the same. Yes, it's exactly the core. The structure are the same, and I think it's that's why I also love the connect with the martial arts, because I see the concept like become better. And also I like about the martial arts, like everyone who going there on the level of the competition, they want to be the best.
Yeah.
You know, like many times with the business, like it's okay, like I just open some shop, you know, just do something, you know, like it's get me some money, right? So this is like, let's say on some level people limit self, like compared to others, like, oh, this person earn like this, I earn the same, I'm okay, right?
Yeah.
Like especially when they're in the local style, you know, neighbor, you know, people who have like this, so I want, you know, like a neighbor, right? Like this person have this car, so I have the same, so we are okay, right? And on the sport, I see like if you wanna do something, you do the best. You don't train half to become number 3, right? It's no way. You need to, you know, you become number 3 to trying to be the best anyway, right? Because
Exactly.
there's the level of the, you know, just pursue it, you know, to be the best, you know, champion and everything. Especially, like I said, for the someone who already compete. And then that's why I think like you need to find the strategy which it's allowed you to become better, right? So who's your, can I say, mentor, like who you listen, you know, like who's your teacher from many different, from your mind, body and soul? Because when you comment on the Facebook, I see like, you know, you help, you know, small and the medium, you know, business. And I also like wonder, like, because, you know, before when I like start working and everything, and I've like also like consultant and everything, it was very like shallow, you know, like, okay, business mindset, and like it was not even mindset, it was more about the strategy and the hard rules, what, you know, what looks like, right? And then I grow and I meet people like, and everyone was more about the personal development, was more about the mindset, was more about the belief system. And, you know, and you do consulting, right? So your consulting, it's more about the rules of the business law or also about the mindset?
It's about the people.
It's about the people.
It's all about the people.
It's so you give what they need.
Not really. I give them what works,
Okay.
and I make them understand how things work. And once they do, then they realize what their role is, what they have to do, how to get there, right? If I go back on what you said before, and I just had a role of history in my mind, it's actually from when I was maybe 12 years old, something like that. In that time, I was a professional swimmer for the Romanian national team. And I was doing well, like really well. Top 4 in the country. And when I was going to Hungary, I always beat the national team of Hungary. I was doing sprint breaststroke, the one that you swim like a frog, right? So that was my specialty. I was doing the shorter, like 50-meter, 100 meters, and so on. And my only goal was record breaking. I didn't care about place. I didn't care about what, where. I wanted to break records, my personal records, next record, other records. That was the whole thing. And I was extremely competitive on that. But then I also realized that I did a mistake once. And I almost drowned myself. As a professional swimmer at the national competition, I was breaking the record, and the only thing that was on my mind there was that I am the best, nobody can beat me, la 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 la, and the ego took over, and my attention failed to focus on my breathing. And I drank 2 times. When you came up for air. I didn't come up enough. I drank water in lungs first time, and on the second one, again, extra water in the lungs to make sure that you drown, and I couldn't finish. 15 meters from the finish. If I would have touched the wall, even with slowing down a bit, I would have broken the national record. I would have gotten like a super amazing time, first place, whatever. And I couldn't finish. And that kind of opened my mind on like why it's important to also be humble when you're doing things. Like, okay, you can push to be the best, you can push to be everything, but don't forget that you're just another person that's trying to do the same thing as the other. And what differentiates you from this is how well are you doing that in order to be okay with yourself, be respectful of others, of their journey, of their experiences and everything like that. And never think that you're the best. Because there's always someone that you don't know about. They can do it better than you and can overtake you. And it's always like that. And in life, even if you're the biggest billionaire, someone has a better personal life, or someone has a better lover, or someone... It's always something that is better than what you have. But from the moment that you're okay with the way that you're using your methods of actually getting there and breaking your records and being competitive and doing the best that you can, it's okay. And in the business side, this is also showing. Like the people that are only okay with having this, it's enough, then they will always stay enough. But the ones that want to grow, the ones that want to really reach new heights, they're the ones that risk a bit more. They're the ones that actually want to do better. When I talk about SMEs and how I want to help them, it's a very simple process. I first look at the person who I'm dealing with. What are their struggles? What is it that they need help with? Most of the times, it's something that I need to fix on them rather than on the business. If I fix that problem of theirs, like the mindset, the way that they think of certain things, or just a process that they invented that they thought it was amazing, that's actually holding back their business. Yeah, these are the things that I fix most of the time for the smaller ones. When it comes for a medium business, there's a lot more people involved. It becomes a different story. But the way that I do it is always spending time to understand what they do I want to know exactly how the business runs, what are its kinks and perks and everything. And I want to know what creates those problems. And from there, I can come up with solutions for them. And the solutions are not like, I'm not going to give them a, I don't know, 20-page presentation on what they should do. No, I'm going to tell you, look, this is the problem and this is how we will fix it. And we fix it together. I come and implement the solution for them. I train the people to do differently. I make sure that things function differently. And I create systems, and even with some projects, we create software for different companies. We make sure that when I leave that project, that thing is done and dealt with. It's not like a consulting in which I give them ideas or maybe you should do this, maybe you should do that. No, I'm going to do it for you. I'm going to do it with you until it's done. And this is the difference between how I do things and how others do it.
I think I have before I made, many projects with the people, more like, freelancing, website, like sales and everything. And I'm always, because I go very deep, like for me, if I, talk with the person, like I also see like 2 levels down, like what's going on, why this person want to make the site and everything. And sometimes, for example, like someone want to make, online shop, Shopify, whatever, I make this one and, I do this one and later realize like, oh, but what's your marketing? And like, no, just we make the site and everything, just make me site. It's like, but you need to have traffic, like without this one, even if I make the best site, and I know how to make nice looking site. But I said, but it looks great, but it's not sale, like it's not about, the graphic, it's not about how amazing it looks like. I can make you perfect site because it's fucking temple and everything, right? The point is like, you need to have traffic and it's cost money. And that's with more money than the making site, And I like, even if the person will pay me a lot to just make the website and everything, I said, it's not work without this, And the person don't have more budget, but they have a web, site, to pay me for the website. It's like, it's not, I don't want to do it because, you lose the money, right?
Yeah.
You'll have you will stay with the perfect website who nobody never visit because you don't generate any traffic, right? Because you forgot about this one, because you're looking other shops and you're thinking they just make website and that people go just to Google, whatever, right? So I say no. And it's many times, that's why it takes me so long I'm proud of this one because I was, I don't want to do it, this one, just because of money. I won't do it because I feel it's not right? So, like many people like, why you don't charge money? Why you, lose the project? Why you lose the client and everything like that? Because I cannot do it. Like, it's not moral, for me. Even if I need that money, sometimes happen like this, oh my God, I need this money also. So, I do something like against, right? Because, it's more about, survive or not, right?
Yeah.
This one, when I need to break, base of the things I need for myself, right? Which I'm not proud of this one because it's also like I also believe many things stop me to to be where I am right now, for example, because let's say I didn't sell my soul, not on this level, but on the level like I need to like don't look on the full picture, just to focus on the project because this person just want to pay for this, right? But I realize when I go to the bigger companies and I see like how many like bullshit are there, like people get paid for amazing amount of money for like doing nothing basically, right? There's numbers, the budget and everything about special marketing. Like for example, I work with some company when I make the same result from the like $1,000 that some company make for like $20,000-$50,000, right? This is the many samples like this I had, and like wow, and like. So they don't know many things about the marketing, but they just work big corporation. Nobody check them, nobody improve, nobody, see the big picture, right? Because they just work. They don't care about the result. They just need to come for salary, right? I came to survive. I came to bring the results. If I don't bring nothing, I get nothing, right? But they don't need to bring anything. They just still get the same things every month. So I always wonder, like, how the company can function, right? How this, like, everything is lie, right? Like, the small people who like taking care of themselves do it much better work than big corporation. Just the big corporation have a budget, so they can just function, and they're just showing money, right?
Yeah, it's the method of throwing money at the wall.
Yeah.
And this is something that I encounter a lot, especially in corporations and big companies. It happens a lot. And I was in a discussion on landing a project in Thailand, one that was maybe 20-30 million baht project, consulting with another consultancy company. So they were taking lead, and there were 2 other companies coming in, out of which one was mine. And when I saw the presentation that they were putting in front of the CEO of the client, right, I was like, are you guys for real? Like, this is what you're trying to sell for that amount of money?
Yeah.
Like, this is so basic. Like, this doesn't even solve the problems for the client. Like, you didn't understand what he's dealing with, And then when I come with my presentation, I send it to them, and they look at it, and they're like, why such an aggressive proposal? I was like, that's what the client wants. You didn't listen to him? And then when they went to the client and they had a meeting about those things, and then of course the client said, like, why are you coming to me with such a presentation? Like, it's nothing concrete on how we are actually going to do this thing, right? They didn't include what I sent them. They went with their version, and they got a real big pushback from the client. And that's the thing. This is the consulting world in corporations. And if you work with smaller companies, as you said, you can get a higher quality done. And I think in some of these situations, there's a trust issue, because there are 2 things here. There are the big corporations that push and shove papers and presentations and everything, and everything's in the cloud and nothing is certain, and they charge tremendous amounts of money for that. And corporations pay because it looks good on the books, right?
Yes.
And on the other hand, there are lots of charlatans in the market, right? So there are people who are selling courses for becoming rich or crypto or whatever, and all that thing. And consultants that you pay them a few $1,000 and they don't do anything for you, right? Or marketing companies that charge you maybe $10,000 and you're not seeing a single sale from it, right? So there are things like that, and this is what is the biggest challenge in my industry, because when you advertise, when you try to go in front of new people, you're dealing with their bias on this side. Like, they'll think that, this is another person selling a course or whatever. I'm not selling any course for you. The only course that I would sell for you, it's going to be something super practical on the issue that you have. For example, you're not closing the deals because you don't know how to create a good offer. So we'll do a course exactly on that thing. This is the type of work that I do compared to other people or companies that are just there for show. Because most of the consulting firms that I saw at very high levels, very questionable methods of doing things. And I could have done what some other people did with a huge budget. I could have done with maybe 10% of that budget, right? So the fact that you're not getting to the table and you're doing the right work because a bigger corporation has a better image, this is something that still is a bit hard.
But you never know what is the real story, what's the real budget, and how everything looks like, because like you go, like you said, to go to the table and you don't know the rules there, so you can lose, but you don't know what was the decision making, the what's happened, what's really happened, right? And but I think we come to the 2 things based of the being practical. First, it's about your brand, like podcast and everything what you do, presenting yourself. And I think the podcast, or like long version content, is the what build the credibility, right? And it's allowed people to know you more, even if you don't talk exactly about these specific things. The people build the trust about this one, especially now when we see people on the 10 seconds video. I know people who like do the YouTube and everything, but there's no branding of the 10 15 seconds video, based of the like a show entertainment and funny things, right? And people are now don't have even the focus to listen something more than like 2 minutes, right? It's hard to turn off. So first of all, of course, the short-term content can attract someone, but if someone's interested about some case about health, wealth, money, crypto, whatever we call this, it's always will be verified by the long video, what content and everything, right? For example, like even the like how many people listen like 3 hours Joe Rogan podcast, right?
Yeah.
Still, many, but it's all about the percentage. How many people know Joe Rogan from the short? It's crazy numbers, right? So the branding is the first, and the second I think is the recommendation. Like
recommendation.
I think it's the big part, right? The networking and the recommendation. Even if they know you from small project, they always recommend you. But I think, what's your experience about like I said, from like branding and recommendation? Because I think it's both are very important in the base of everything.
I can tell you what I did with my last 2 businesses, because I had like 5 businesses until now. The last 2 were only built on networking and recommendations. I did 0 marketing up to this point, because right now I'm changing countries, content, everything. I'm trying something new as well. So I'm trying a different type of marketing. It's working in a way, but in a way it's not working. So I'm still fine-tuning to find the best way of
the thing what you said, like you want to try to fail, even if you know don't feel it, right? This one?
Yeah. Because I want to find a method that would change something in a way that I would like it to be. And it can, if it works in the way that I want it to work, then it's exponential growth.
Yeah.
If not, there's still the steady normal growth that I can go with. So it's not a big risk, because I know what I can do on the other side to make things happen. And knowing that networking is key, doing it, for example, in Thailand, it's a bit difficult, because once I don't speak the language yet, I need to learn that. It takes a lot of time. So
you learning Thai?
Not yet, but I'm going to sign myself up in a school. I need to, because back in Romania, I was part of this group BNI, if you heard of it.
Yes. Business
Networking International.
Yeah.
So they have lots of chapters in Thailand as well. I visited all of them, but not all of them, like maybe 3 or 5, something around there. But the thing is that all of it's in Thai. And you cannot really sign up and be there and network with them if you don't speak Thai. Okay. Because maybe more than half of them don't speak English. But they are big companies.
But you tried BNI on other countries?
No. And
because I don't have good experience, to be honest. Like, sorry guys, some from BNI. No, but for real, like I think it's everyone came there from like different like industries, and it's like everyone tried to like sell, but nobody want to buy, and it looks like quite weird. I mean, from my experience, like in Poland on the field of it.
That's when it's not done properly.
Yeah.
In Thailand, for example, some of the groups, they are done properly, and they've been existing for maybe, I think, more than 15 years or something like that. A group goes on for that long if there is real teamwork. And the teamwork is the key. In Romania as well, we have a few chapters which are done properly, which are not done properly. It's all depending on the so-called president of the group, like how it is managed.
Yeah.
It's not the organization, it's the management of the group. So you can find better management in different parts. It's always about that. The concept is good, everything else is okay, but depends a lot on management, on how things are created, how those connections are created, and what's the purpose of the whole thing. And for me and for the groups that I've been present in, everything was really, really successful. but you needed to understand exactly your role, exactly what you do, how you do it, what you need to help with, what you don't need to do. And in that perspective, it really increased business well. That's how I built out this business from scratch via them. But then I took it next level, start networking outside of that, and so on. And it's good. But again, it's all about networking. It's all about connecting with people. And doing it in Thailand without Thai, it's quite challenging. But we will see. I have another experiment.
You speak Chinese?
No.
Okay.
No. I'm only fluent in 3 languages, like Hungarian, Romanian, English, and understand a bit of German, a bit of Spanish, a bit of Italian, like, you know, as if you speak a Latin language, you understand most of the It's like that. And yeah, this is what needs to happen. I need to experiment a bit more. I need to try new things and see what catches.
So, what do you mean networking, like outside BNI? Like this is kind of networking anyway, right? But what other way you can see in Thailand option to like networking with the people, like groups or like some general meetings? Or
from my perspective, the networking for a foreigner is in a very difficult way to do in Thailand, because I don't see a proper business networking setting that includes foreigners here. There's none.
Yeah,
that is proper. There's none.
I believe also, like, even if there's people, like some groups, like most, it's like a mix, people who just came like a digital nomad, which is absolutely great because many people do it amazing stuff like online anyway. You know, there's many successful people who, you know, like manage everything by laptop, and they have a people team on the different countries, which I know. But they're already like, you know, they more like a networking for their friends. They're more to networking for the collaboration because they're just looking, you know, fun.
Yeah.
You know, that's mostly what I experience here. Even if you connect, like, let's say Pattaya, it's absolutely like people who like, don't get me wrong, there's many great people. I met some great people. And, you know, even if the people, like, you know, they're retired on everything, you still have a nice, sometimes, you know, there's you can find some nice people, right? Like I met my first guest was Jason, who is the owner of one of the bar in Pattaya. Amazing story. Like he have basically accident. He cannot walk for like many years, and the doctor give him a recommendation to go to Thailand for the medication, for the better access for some things what is not possible to get in the US. And he come here and he start life again. He open bar, you know, but you know his mindset's completely like, you know, different, right? Like he, you know, he keep going, he keep growing. He wanna do, you know, best place and everything. And that's why I change opinion about the people in Pattaya, right? Because I just met 1-2 people and I already like, oh, you know, there's actually something going on. Because like you said, you have a few friends, I have a few friends, and it's what we need. It's not about networking. It's not about, I know 50 people, some group, and we have a community. No, sometimes like few people. True. I have basically 2 best friends, right? And this is my business partners who I work with, who I collaborate. And, you know, sometimes we are not working for like months and everything, but we always keep the connections, like, and something coming up. And it's like, oh, you learned something for the last months about this, exactly about this editing. It's like, yeah, perfect. I start new project, bro. You want to join me? It's like, yeah, let's do it. You know, that's the beauty of this. And I also, when it's terms of the networking and everything, you just need to know sometimes one person who introduced you to their world, you know, and this person knows 3, 4, 5, and sometimes just one person open you gate for totally different things. You have the friend from Isaac, right? It's the one person, right? One person can change completely your life, you know. But to get this one person, you need to fucking do something, you know, and you know,
you need to try be out there.
Yeah,
that's it. You need to be present. You need to be in front of people in some way or another.
Yeah.
But what I also see here is that most of the foreigners that came here, did their business and so on, they speak Thai already, and they are part of those business networking groups that are interlocked with Thai people. And that's what's challenging a bit for us, because if you're new to the market, if you're trying to make something new, you're kind of fighting at it alone in that way, because everybody else who's doing, as you said, you get mostly the people who don't stay like long term, who don't have like brick and stone business around here, that don't deal with actual big style business building. So it's very, very difficult to find that kind of entourage.
Oh, I can tell you one great networking group. I mean, networking, it's not networking. I signed for the BJJ, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, like even not far from here. And then I, looking, searching, and I found like some retreat in Kauai. And first, I love Kauai. It's an amazing place. It's like a mountain, amazing resorts, and just 2-3 hours from here, also 2-3 hours from here, like totally different. Like Chiang Mai, basically even better. And then it was mostly, I think it was 50-50, like 50% foreigners, 50% Thai. And even organizers are Thai and everything, and they're like perfect English, like I even don't feel like, they're Thai, right? It's like, you're Thai? It's like, yeah. And everyone, like, there was one common thing, was BJJ, right? But everyone have business, have work, have projects, do it many stuff, right? But the foundation was BJJ. Some people compete, some people retire, some people are coaches and everything, but it was always still for them like a passion, side hustle, and some additional things. And they still have a like foundation about the business, and they just jump in, and they like wanna invite anybody for podcast, because everyone do some amazing things. One is like a pilot engineering and everything. Some other people like a psychotherapist, and also black belt, for the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Some are UFC veterans, fighters, who open like a fight club. I mean the federation in Thailand, MMA, right? Like it's like one of the organizers, they also have a the shooting range, but also like a tactics, shooting and tactics and everything to protect the village, like in the Kauai, from the like people who steal the property and everything, right?
Yeah.
And I signed for them for another 3-4 days event with the shooting course and everything, right? And there'll be also another people who are like own some properties, real estate. Kauai is basically very I don't know about the the possibilities about the real estate, but it's definitely there is a big huge places when people buy properties. Did you hear about the Toscana Valley?
Yeah.
Right, it's I don't know, this is like
it looks like Italy,
right?
right?
It looks like Italy. I spent there like many times. I've been there like many times, and I just even go to some like a hidden place, some hotels and everything. I also stay on the Pisa, right? The tower, right? And imagine Italy, the Pisa, it's called the Pisa, right?
Pisa Tower.
Yeah, Pisa Tower, and it's empty. The original is empty, but in Thailand this is actually a hotel, and I stayed there one time. And it's really hot there, right? And everything was legit, like all the things, all the like the bathroom. I thought it's like, oh, they make like a pretend, like they're like good quality, but everything was really like good quality, concrete, made of steel and everything. It's like, wow, this is really legit. I always see like some event there, like a Porsche event, some Maserati and everything. So they make like golf, and everything, because also it's like a good golf course there. So it's like wow, like it's amazing place. And I think I like for me, like real estate, I understand totally different. I also believe many people go to this world just to like use the money what they earn on the hard work. Like if they do it something what they don't like, but they have money, so it's like okay, where we need to put the money. I'm a big believer like hard work, but also connect with the something what you like. So you always like. Exactly. I do many things what I don't like, but I do it this to achieve things what I like, right? Like I don't like to setting up these things, right? But I need to do to make podcasts, right? There's no other way, right? So, and I think many people like there are doctors, and it's like, and they're already tired, but they said, okay, I need to put the money in real estate, and like, but you really like this, like. And I met people who said, no, I don't like it, but everyone talk about the real estate, right?
Sure.
So many people think like it's a good idea. And of course, many people like they have the possibilities to invest, right? So they just, okay, put real estate, open some club, open some bar. The point is, which is, drive me crazy, because everyone thinking later, oh, this person have money because they're real estate. they don't see the person basically lose the money there because they don't care about the rental, because they have other money and other business which generate them 90% of the profit. So that's why many clubs, many restaurants, many like I say, like hotels and like real estate, even the condo, they stay empty. They don't generate money. They just people put their money. But on people's head, when someone watching this person like, oh, this person have BMW and have coffee shop, it's from the coffee shop. So I open coffee shop, so I will have also BMW.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest misconceptions in business that I have ever seen.
Yeah.
And one thing, if you ask someone who is not an entrepreneur, if they want to start a business, something, first thing that comes to mind, restaurant.
Yeah.
Right? Restaurant, coffee shop, hotel. These are one of the biggest money pits ever in business. And why is it? Because many of the people who have very successful businesses in these fields, they have some other businesses in other industries that support this, and that one is a hobby mostly. So I have really good examples on this in my hometown as well. Like, there is a really fancy place, super nice. They don't care if they have 10 clients a day or 100. The quality will be the same, everything will be the same, because they keep it as an image business for themselves. They want to have that place. They want to show off this place because it's a passion for them, right? They love food. They love having a beautiful cafe in a historical building, right? Now imagine if you want to buy a historical building, renovate it according to law, according to everything, making it beautiful, bringing in all the equipment for like almost a Michelin star quality, right? And then if you have only 10 clients coming in every day, like when are you gonna have your ROI coming up, right? So if someone who doesn't understand industries and so on, it looks at it as like, oh my God, he made so much money from there. No, it's not. And if you look at restaurants or cafes or clubs and everything, the ones that are done as first business and succeed are very, very little.
Oh, yeah.
Like the percentage is 0 point, maybe 0 point in a market. And of course, I forgot one of them. The biggest money pit of all is a club. So people think like, oh my God, owning a club, you're going to have so many people coming there, everything is going to be great. Nah, it's not like that. First of all of these venues, everything, they are very expensive to build, very expensive to maintain, and you do not realize the true cost of one. For example, just to give an idea, a McDonald's, to be properly made, everything, you're looking at $1 million at least for one. To have it properly made, to have your business plan, and to survive at least the period until your business starts rolling in. It's 1 million. Do you have $1 million to just open one? You know, like, this is something that people don't realize. Another thing on business, people look down a lot on the food industry, and not on the restaurant part, but on the production part.
Yeah.
People have no idea how much money is in food production. The farms, the plantations, everything like that.
Processing and the distribution and the, like, even making small like a package for this one. Like,
this is why there's a really good trend here, and I love it. And I just hope that they figure out a way of lowering costs on that. Vertical farming in enclosed spaces, the container farms and everything, they're a great idea. They're a perfect idea because you can control so many things. The technology that allows you to control every little aspect of the business, it's great. You can control your production, you know exactly how much time it takes, you can control every aspect of it. It's a business that can be calculated really precisely. Like it's one of the most precise businesses that you can calculate. And you know exactly that this is my investment, this is what I'm going to get. The only thing there is to find your distribution.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you need to be concerned about. Finding the right shops to sell to, or right restaurants, or whatever else you want to do. You sell directly to the public, right?
Yeah.
Or another thing, people forget that health is also important. But one thing that people don't do, and we had a big discussion on this, is actually the mental health part. On mental health, what are we doing for prevention? How many businesses are built on prevention? So little. And yet it's a big market, untapped, that can be done in so many different ways. And that's something that can be a really interesting thing to do. But we, as society, are not there yet.
What do you mean? I mean, I get the word prevention, but give me some sample of the...
So, let's say that you have a tendency of being workaholic, right? And all the things that you focus on is just to work or overtime every day, everything like that. But you're not actually seeing the main reason why you're doing that, right? What's that thing? What's that part of yourself that you're trying to satisfy? And if you can go to a place that satisfies that part for you, then you have it solved. It's not an issue anymore. So figuring out all these triggers, all the things behind the need, the necessity, and if you can satisfy it in a controlled environment, controlled setting, something that you discuss with a professional that gives you that program that solves that problem for you, that's the thing. But right now, society is at the fitness level, right? It's exterior. We are still focusing on the exterior so much and so little on the inside. But it's starting to change.
Yeah.
So the next industries, the next big boom is going to be the inside of the people. Because everybody else will do and take care of their outside automatically because that's a trend. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Right. So that's how it works.
But it's still already even the fitness, even the hair, I mean, even the food and everything, it's still already like on the process when it's something going on. But the prevention is like do it like a standard, like a foundation when everything even starts. Like for example, like even if you go through the corporation and everything, you can have the information what can happen, right? I think it's all about this. Even if you start, for example, drinking, right? You can also know like how to prevent many things, how to like choose wisely, how to know what's going on, right? And it's a good idea, man. It's a good idea.
This is one of the things that I do in my business as well, in the consulting part. Whenever I look at a company and I look at it has certain problems, certain issues in some ways, I leave most of these projects with lots of preventive measures. So I do lots of preventive consulting, like the things and processes, everything that I implement for them, it is to prevent lots of things from happening. For example, when I was doing the hotel consultancy for the clients in Cuba, I knew that most of their clients are going to be from the US and so on and so forth. And knowing how tidy the people are from there, I suggested different methods of them to use to clean, to use as materials and so on, and how to prepare the spaces in case, as people are from certain countries, that their customs, how they do, how they act. So you can prepare for that. And their cleaning and their destruction levels were super low compared to other properties that were not prepared for that. And this is a preventive measure. It's preventive consulting. It's preventive operations that you can do as well. What happens when someone comes and they're not satisfied with the service that they received? Or what happens if, for example, you are having a restaurant and your POS stops functioning? How are you going to solve that situation, right?
Yeah.
So if you have preventive processes in place and everybody's knowing them, then it's not crisis. And it's crisis prevention, actually. In a way.
Same like today about the HDMI and everything, right?
Yeah.
Extra this one, yeah.
Okay.
Prevention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Preventive methods. And let me give you a really good example here. If you run a business and you would have absolutely no clients for half a year, would your business survive?
Maybe 4 months.
For many people, if you take away customers for even a week or a few days, they're in deep trouble.
Yeah.
Deep trouble. 4 months, it's good. It's good. But in my opinion, to have a healthy business, to have success in life and not fail on running a business and taking care of your life and family and so on, you should at least have so-called like, how do you call that thing that it's on the boats, that the lifesaver, right?
Yeah, lifesaver, yeah.
Lifesaver, right? So you have to have that lifesaver, that floating device that keeps you afloat, right? And that can be in forms of different budgets. It can be in forms of different systems that you put in. When shit hits the fan, you know exactly what comes next, and you know how much time you have to solve things and so on. And that one is quite powerful to have in a business, to make sure that your operations are so well done that you can sit and relax and think of solutions rather than stressing over everything. Like, as soon as an issue hits, okay, what's my next move? Your next move is not going to be like, oh my God, grab your head and you're going to feel like the world is falling apart. No, that's bad. If you have that, come talk to me. Right? So it's...
But I think it's, like it was 2 ways on my life when I focused go all in, because I also believe like there's no plan B, because if you focus on plan B, you try like more saving than basically trying to focus on you're actually creating some money and some budget, whatever, right? Like for me was, even if I must pay some, debt and everything, I rather to focus to build my business. So later I'm able to pay this debt, right? Because if you're trying to save $100-$200, right? But basically you need to pay like 100,000, right? It's very difficult,
Let me ask a question here. Building that business was a resource issue or it was an ego issue?
Resource, only about
think of it again.
Okay, yeah, it's. But which business? You mean, because for me, like always, like it showed my story. Like every time when I touch something, I believe this one allowed me to, build some wealth, create some money in whatever. And I've always believed this project. It fails many times, face on the level, like the possibilities, because it's not about, it didn't fail on my head. It just not allowed me to go, to the next level, to pay my debt, to achieve, let's say, the things what I want, right? But it's allowed me to move to the next stage, which I know right now it was necessary to be where I am right now. And so that time it was, I think both. I think both.
From the way that you put it, the story, it's all ego. It's not about resources. It's about your need to do something that makes you happy, that makes you relevant, that makes you powerful because you succeed in doing that. And even if it fails, you're happy that you tried.
Yeah.
If it's a resource issue, that means that you're doing it because you cannot survive if you don't do that.
But I always do, because everything.
Because you're above that.
No, but that time everything what I done just to survive, right? But I never touch something what was not connect with me. So I always was on the moral things. I cannot get the clients, even if I know I can get money, but I say no because it was against my moral things. So everything was resources, but at the same time was my passion and my happiness, right? So,
I think I put it a bit wrong in
Yeah.
that sense. So,
but no, it's interesting because I think it's many people like it's struggle between this, right?
The struggle, yeah.
Is the happiness and the money, right? There's the question also. It's the happiness of the money.
It's actually three, and I forgot to give you the first element here. So happiness is one thing, that's fulfillment, right? So if we look at the pyramid of needs and everything, that's way up top. But when your basic needs are not met, meaning that food, shelter, safety, right?
Do you know what's the highest? It's the Maslow pyramid, right?
Yeah,
You know what's the highest?
I think that one is self-fulfillment.
That was the official things. Do you know? I found other version. I think it's those Maslow, but there's not like official because it's, it was not the main things what I knew for many years. So the self, realization is the highest, right? But the above this, I found helping of this, self-realization to others, helping others to achieve, the happiness, self-realization, and everything. Because if you already have, right, your own happiness, awareness, self-awareness, whatever you call this, then you help others to achieve the same things.
Yeah.
And it's like I didn't see the version of the official pyramid of Maslow, so I said, "Wow, it's true." Because that's why main part of the podcast, like if you're already successful, right, you want to help others to achieve the same. You're happy to someone ask you like how you get this. Like people who achieve with their hard work and they really do it on the like good way.
Yeah.
It's easy for them to share. I realize when someone do it on the shady way and you ask them like, so how you get the million, right? And like, oh, like I don't want to answer the questions, right? But the one who do it on the hard work, on the legit work, don't cheat, don't lie, don't bullshit, don't steal and everything, they don't have problem to say the story, because they know it's the story was real, right? And it's like, oh, wow. And it's true because I met people like this, and these people like who I know, they're scammers, and like, so tell me your story, and like, oh, doesn't matter, like, oh, wow, like, fuck, it's real.
Yeah.
That's why you are here. That's
Exactly.
why you're here, because there's the story, right? It's not like, I just came, I get the money from some dude and helping you. I opened some business, real estate, have a lot of money from crypto. You actually pass your journey, right? That's why you're able to share, to help others the same time, and the same like about the consulting and everything. It's actually helping others.
Yeah.
You connect with the business, which is a great way, right? Yeah, so continue, sorry. Because it's very important, like the three factors, the happiness and the money and the ego.
And now I connect that pyramid to what you said, because you said that it's for survival. Survival, I mean, when it's about like if you have food to survive, if you have shelter, if you feel safe, right? So I think most of the people, they have that. If they're thinking in business, and if your first thing is like, okay, I need enough money to survive now, the first thing you do a service to someone just to get some money, right? So that's the basic. It's like a job service, something, right? But when you think of business, when you build something, when you invest to get something, that's way over that level. So that's what I forgot to make the connection before.
Because I never like want to work like on the company, right?
Yeah, because that's the resource issue. That's the resource issue. Everything else is about your ego. You want to do something because you think that thing will be better or something. It's the thing. If let's think about one society, and it describes it super well.
Yeah.
North Korea. The people there think of only few things. It's what I'm gonna eat today, tomorrow. Am I going to be safe today? That's it, right? And they need to struggle with those basic needs as well. And that's why the regime can keep them under control. Because when the people start thinking of ideas, when they start thinking of other things than their hunger and their safety, then revolution ensues. And when revolution ensues, you cannot control the people. And that's why it's keeping the people in hunger in such a bad situation, right? But that's the weapon of choice of the regime.
But if you look on this way, like now looks like we have choice, but it's also like subjective choice. How you can say this? Like, thinking like we have a democracy, but under we vote to the same concept, right?
In that way, yeah. There are some things that are kind of put in place to be there because some institutions, some organizations, some group of people wanted it to be. And okay, that exists. But we also cannot ignore the fact of how much society and the world progressed since then. So if we look at availability of what we have available to us right now, it's unfathomably so much more than what it was 50 years ago, 100 years ago. I mean, back then, 100 and something years ago, people didn't even have electricity. The time when the sun goes down is when life stops, There's nothing else to do. Go to sleep and wake up when the sun is up. And that's how everything functions. But right now, we have access to so much stuff, so much options. And this thing of being just bombarded with so many options of choices, that's what makes us feel a bit more depressed on certain things, because we think like, oh, I'm not getting this, I'm not getting that. Historically, we as people get so much more, and we have so much more benefit of our lives than what it was before. But, of course, we want more, we want better, we want to be more appreciated, we want more freedom and so on.
You think it's that we want as a like people, or you think it's already program means the system make us to consume more, to to be more distract, to buy more and be less happy, so the other system as a health system can work better? I also thinking like it's the both things, right? So we have a choice, we have we have the freedom of the decision and everything, and we can change this, but they makes us harder to use the system, to use the money, to use the different kind of tools as a food, as a social media, all the industries would control even our decisions, makes us, it's harder to make really choice between I choose the happiness or I choose to survive, right? Like I believe choosing happiness is the harder, it's harder now, right? Because like we cannot even concentrate, we cannot even get the pleasure from the enjoy when we wake up and we have a sun, and we the more choice make us more miserable, looks like, right?
Yeah.
More someone say strong, I always forget about this one, but I try to repeat, but weak people make hard time, like hard time make soft. I forgot.
No,
about
it's like this.
This,
I know
right?
that one. Yeah. So hard times make hard men, and hard men make good times. Good times make weak men, and weak men make hard times.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah.
And it's true in that way. And we're definitely in the part where we're having it well. But
so this is the hard time, or this
is the very good time.
It's easy time, to be honest.
It's very
right?
easy. It's very easy.
I don't see like even on the people like there's, because of the system makes more people like soft, makes that's the concept. And I think like it doesn't matter what in general people now they follow the NJT masculinity and everything, but it's quite true. Like it's not many people who want to put inside self to the game, to struggle and everything.
Yeah.
And it's like I said, it's not about the trend, it's about the really understanding the struggle and the hard time and the challenge, make us like you discover yourself how you can deal with this, right?
Yeah.
On the hard time, right? You just found a strategy what also works for you. And I want to come back to the prevention, because it's exactly, can be connect with this, right?
It can.
Because you already you inject new perception about how to deal with yourself when it's the hard things came. Also because you build like a safe zone right now, so even if you make wrong marketing, what you do right now, you said it's still fine because you're testing new things. It's not destroy you because you build your confidence, you build your structure. Even if it's fall down, you still know who you are and it's not affect you, right?
Yeah.
That's what, but it takes you time and the understanding and the mindset to do it this one. And I think many people need this, and they need this story, how to do it. And I think the prevention, to understand, you need to build this time when you be able to do it, so then you have a more freedom, right? Because right now you're not worried about tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
You will not go the level when you 15 years ago, right? 10 years ago,
true,
right?
true.
You know that your starting point, it's not even from zero, it's already you have a solid foundation, right?
Yeah.
And this allowed you to be more, let's say, I don't say more risk, because you don't feel the risk, right? Like for you, it's not risk anymore, right?
It is risk in the way that I assume.
Controllable, right?
I assume that risk, right?
Yeah.
It's controllable, but it also changed mindset as well. Okay, nobody wants to risk something that would put themselves at such danger that they wouldn't survive the next day, right? So it's in kind of human nature not to do that.
But if you have the choice between put real danger, let's say risk all what you made, right? But the price will be your happiness, your passion, something what you always want to do, right? Based, for example, you build your wealth for many years, but now it's on the table, it's your happiness, with something what you love to do, but you need to risk, go all in, right?
Yeah.
And this is also the question, right? Because I think many people they bring some money, they earn some money, but it's not something what they love. There was an amazing story about the owner of the One Championship. You know the One Championship? You know UFC, right?
Yeah.
So there's One Championship, which is a federation mostly in Asia, but now it's international. It was Chatri, it was Thai person, and he also he was basically his company was top 500 Forbes on the Wall Street and everything. He was multimillionaire, but it was not his ikigai. Ikigai is the Japanese philosophy about not only connect things what you love, what you're good at, but also what gives you money, right? What you can, you can earn money, which is most of the philosophy or spirituality don't talk about the money, right? They talk about the happiness, freedom, be here and now, but there's no money involved, right?
Yeah, I think because people are afraid to talk about the resources. That's why I said resource issue.
They use the good word, don't talk about money, let's talk about the resources.
Yeah, because a resource can be different things, right?
Yeah.
And here is what I think when you refer to someone that wants to put all his hard-earned money and so on into something and make something happen, again, he is super aware that he made that money. He's not playing with the lowest level of that pyramid of food, shelter, safety. Even if he loses the shelter, he knows how to find it. Even if he loses the food part, he knows how to find it. The safety, he knows how to find it. It's not something that you're you're signing up to go into a hole and you know that you will be there, no food, no escape, nothing, and you will die there. Nobody would make that choice. But you make a choice because you know that, okay, I know that I built that. I know that I can do that. I know that I can survive. When you know that you can survive, you're risking on ego, because something that you want to feed in yourself, that you want to make happen, that you want to show either yourself or other people what you're capable of and what you want to do, or it tingles your heart that you can do that, right? That's why I say, like, people who do charity, they mostly do it for themselves,
and it's okay.
It's very okay. I want more people to do that for themselves. I want people to go out, but be honest with it. I donated $1 million for a children's foundation because I want to feel good that I can do that. That I'm a big shot. I can donate to one children's foundation. I can donate to another one, and I can make all those kids happy. It's not about my child. It's not about how I was born. It's not about how poor or bad those children are having it. It's about what you can do, and that you can change something.
Mm-hmm.
And it's okay to have that. Because without that, what is the real motivator?
Mm-hmm.
Right? The real motivator is always coming from within. After all, we are animals. We are like the chimpanzees. We're like dogs, cats, whatever. Same thing. We are organic materials that have a brain and functions, and we feel certain things. But we have evolved a bit more to want certain things extra than the animals that are surrounding us. If you go back in history, there were another group of evolved mammals that were similar to the Homo sapiens that didn't make it. They could have been the people of today, which would be totally different from what we are now, but they didn't make it. It's just how evolution worked. And it's okay. It's okay to think like that. It's okay to say like, hey, I made 200 millions and I'm gonna put 5 into this eco project because I can, because I want to show people that this can be done. It's good. I want to improve people's life because I want to make sure they know that I did it. That's why.
I think it's the big thing right now, and I see many people also trying to call out and understand even things behind the government, right? They it's about the honesty, if people believe, they do this for us, and basically they do it for their own purpose, for other things, and they focus on totally different stuff, but they saying to the people totally bullshit.
Yeah.
These people feel betrayed, people feel not safe, people feel they don't have even control about anything, because in the general, the government's supposed to be work for the people, and the people choose the government to support, and they represent them on the changing the environment, whatever it means, right? And like you said, people are not honest. And I think if people who even make things what they don't like it, it's still better to say like this, we putting guns there because you wanna, show other country where the, king of the world and everything, right? If people be honest with this, I think people will not react like they think, they that's why they lie, right?
Yeah.
Because they think oh no, we need to.
It's all about the image.
It's all about the image.
But here
on many different levels,
Yeah, but here in Asia, that's the highest level that you can go. It's face culture, right? Everything is face culture.
True.
You have to look and seem to be this perfect persona of everything. Just look at people, what they wear, how they wear. You have people whose probably 2 or 3 or 4 months salary is the amount that they have to put into a bag that they carry, right? This just goes to show that the society is built on image rather than value in certain things. For me, it's saddening in that way. I get why they do it, but also it saddens me that they feel that they need to do it. And everybody's playing that game, and they are still not realizing what they are doing,
Yeah.
And this is the problem with people. If we go to Europe right now, we see a rise in different political views, and different political views are getting more traction than others. Some are left wing, some are right wing, some are centrist, and so on. But all of them have certain needs that are not being satisfied because people are not honest about what's happening, why it's happening, and why that situation exists in that country, right? One of the better things in the world, and I still need to research a bit more on how it works and how they do things, But from my observation, the Singaporean government is a bit more transparent with people on why they do sort of things, how things are done. And that's why the quality of life there is a bit more different. And you feel this. So once you're out of the airport, even in the airport, but once you're out of the airport, you just have this feeling of like everything just works, everything's thought out in a really good way, because people in charge are actually putting the needs of the population, the society, into perspective. And then when they decide something, it's not their personal needs that need to be satisfied, or their ego. That's why they do things, because it has to be good for the public. It has to be good for everybody else. And that creates a different kind of environment. That's why you have people from Singapore that think differently from others, even though it's Asia, even though it's here, just a neighborhood, right? But they're so different in mindset, right? It's because the environment gives you that freedom, because they take care of all those needs for you. Again, talking about what you need as a person, and it gives you the freedom to do more, to develop different values, different things for your life, for others, and so on. And that's okay.
I just also met many people who from the BJJ who live in the Singapore, so it's also can be one of the reason, I think, because
True.
Even of the events and everything, it's different mentality. It can be something like they want to be different than Chinese, give more freedom, because it's like a Hong Kong. It's quite like a place, for growing, for capitalism, right?
Yeah.
So they give absolutely more freedom based of the even investment for the bringing foreign possibilities and the options. And yeah, I feel good also in I still feel local, because if you go a smaller place and everything, you feel normal. You don't feel if you go to the main center, you feel oh yeah, okay, I'm on the main place. But you just go just a little more farther, and it's normal place like any other. You can basically live good life. Yeah. And it's not that expensive like people say, because people just count the center, right? Oh my god, this dinner like this.
True.
So it's the price is everywhere. If you go to Taiwan, it's the same. If you go to Shenzhen, it's the same. It's always the main place when it's cost. In Bangkok, if you want to spend money in Bangkok, you can spend money in Bangkok. The same true, everywhere. True.
No, I because I had a few encounters with cities and everything around here, and after COVID, I have a saying that nothing is more expensive than Bali.
So last time I have a guest, Daniel, and he said he's from Switzerland, and he say he save money when he come back to Switzerland, because in the Switzerland he don't met so many friends who can come every day, every 2 days socialize outside. But in Bangkok you can call anytime, say hey, we go out, you come, everyone say yes. So basically when he's in Switzerland, he just go 1 time a week. When he's in Thailand, he's 4 or 5 times a week. So he save money when he goes to Switzerland. Because how you can save money when Switzerland? It's maybe more expensive. Yeah, but not go out that often, because people don't go out, because everyone at work, busy, family, right? So they are not able.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. But yes.
Yeah, on that thing, it's connected to what I was saying in Romania as well, because people don't go out. It's not that big of a socializing thing.
Even cook at home, there's in Poland, people don't go out every day outside. Here you can, because the price, for the food, for the local, it's cheap, right? But
it's cheap because a lot of it is being done. So when you have a society that's built on eating out, because it's very cultural, it's custom, it's been like that for long
outside
time.
Also because of the weather, so people don't need to build a building to actually sell the food, which allow them to just sit outside, and just
exactly
eat,
and that one gives you a different environment, and you're used to that, and it's good. And for us in the West, and especially countries that are a bit more expensive, we spend so much time inside. We spend so much time on things that take away time from our lives, from our personal satisfaction and so on. And that's why when you come to a place like this, you feel a bit more happier, because you don't need to do all of that. Right? There's a cleaning lady that can help you here for good price. There's laundry service that you can call. There's Grab, there's Lyman, there's everything that you want, It's like the best part of being here is that you can afford to pay people to do things that you don't want to do.
Oh, yeah, it's
like
true.
That's, for me, that's the best thing about it. And if someone thinks of this like, oh, it's colonial mentality, no. In that way, if it would be colonial mentality, if we wouldn't be paying them the things that they ask for them to be paid, once you pay these people, you keep them on job, you keep them alive.
Yeah.
That's the main point. And here I have a really good example, an Isaac experience from one of my friends. He went in an internship to India, working in an IT company. And what happened there was that in his first week, as any Romanian normal person, you make your own coffee, right? You get up, you want to drink coffee, you go to the coffee machine and make it yourself, right? Yeah. He did that. And he did this for 3 times. And the third time he was called into the manager's office saying that, okay, I need you to stop making your coffee. I was like, but why? So he asks the manager and he tells him like, hey, you need to let that person, the coffee person, make you the coffee. I was like, but why? I can do it myself. He doesn't need to help me with it. No, you need to let him help you because this job is actually paying for him a salary that makes him and his family survive. If you start doing it for yourself, then how will he have a job? Right? It's that simple. This is something that we need to understand. That once we create opportunity and jobs for people, that gives them a livelihood. Mm-hmm. Once we take those away from people, it creates problems.
Yeah. And it's very important here because to do things and what you to, like waste your time, and then you are not have energy and the time to do things what you can do and and generate even more money. Like even not like a few days ago, like when I travel and I fly, I always have a like stopover, so because I choose the cheapest ticket. So when I have stopover and 7 hours, I sleep just on the airport to save money, right? But now if I travel, like first I adjust the hours to to rest well. Second, if it's hotel, I choose the hotel when I can sleep good. So sometimes not close to the like a main road and everything because it's it's destroy my quality of sleep. Yeah. So then I have less energy next day and I work less productive and I earn less money. So it's like a circle when it's only because I try to save money. But at that time I try to save money because I didn't have the money.
Yeah.
When you have the enough money, you need to use this as a leverage. And then you pay to others. It's also about the delegate. Like I told you about, I learned many things. I can pay to someone, but then also I can pay someone on the level like it's something what I don't want to do anymore, but I like to understand, because on later you don't know. Everyone can say anything like no, this one not working to pay this and so no, I done this, I know this. It's not about ego. It's about it's something what is important on my level of the business. But come back to one thing to not forget, because you talk about like in general about the culture, like our mindset, even about the Asia and everything, like what is important, like for us. Like I think it's happened like this. Like in general, there is like cultural problem, like like we know Polish people like this, Europe like this, American like this. But I think it's if I try to talk with someone, I always think it's all about what we create. Right, because I met more Asian and Thai people and everything who are totally out of the general mindset of what can think about the Thai and Asian in general. Right, it's like oh wow, you really Thai? It's like yeah, I'm Thai. It's like what the hell, right? You're
a lot of people are waking up to observe more around themselves and to think differently, and that's good. That's good. This is why I said like we're better off than 100 years ago because things are changing, and that's a good thing.
But I think it's not general. Like I think every place, every country, every like a group are different, right? For example, like we represent quite like open mind and everything, right? So it will be always some way to generalize people, right? But I think on every place you can find someone who is not like a sheep, right? Like, you know, the mass,
True.
right?
There is.
And you and I believe also we are able to create the community. You have a few friends, and like you said, we don't need much people, you know, to basically, you know, it's our networking, right?
Yeah.
So like we can be in Thailand or you can be in Poland and everything, and we can still create something totally different than, you know, generalized system about limitness, about mindset, about people who like follow some rules and everything. So I always trying to say this because, you know, like I don't look on the people like in general like people like this. I believe it's happened because then we understand like I don't want to follow this way. I don't want to watch this kind of you know, mindset. I want to do on my own way, you know, and I, you know, be believer of these things. Like we are here to change something. We are here to share with others. Like even if you born in Thailand, even if you born in Poland and Romania and everything everywhere, like it's like everyone else, you know, and you can start from this like everyone else, and you can go Isaac and you can go travel, you can do everything, and it's even if it's 99% of people around you have totally different understanding, and sometimes, you know, like everyone pass this, like, you know, bad surrounding. Sometimes we are the bad surrounding for others, you know. But you know, like I think we don't need to like have the concept of the countries or the culture and everything, because it's stop us to create the new understanding. Because if someone come now to Thailand and meet you and then we talk to him and like, oh wow, I thought people in the Farang in Thailand are like, you know, in Pattaya, like, oh, you are totally different, because you know, people make decision and their opinion about someone who they met. And then later it's like, oh wow, you're different than people what I know from Poland, right? Oh, you're different people who I know in Thailand. So oh wow, right? So I think it's where we are that far to understand that, like, we create a new version of the cultural understanding, right? About like I know what you mean, like, you know, saying like you know how you call this, the face
culture.
Face culture. Yeah, I experienced this, and I have an even better experience. But I think it's all about the, you know, the surrounding what we create. You know, like
I mean, we are in their world, and if you understand it, then you know how to navigate it.
Yeah.
But I have one good example here that this is gonna spark discussion. So. The difference in how people think of rich and poor, right? So a lot of people have problems with rich people, like rich people this, rich people that, la 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 la. The thing that they hate to realize is that having rich people is good. In one certain way that I can make this very simple to understand for those who might not understand the reason why. Let's say that there is a 5-star, let's go above. Let's say a 7-star hotel. 7-star hotel means that if you have 100 rooms, 100 guests, let's say 100 guests, right? You have a guest to staff ratio of about 5 staff to 1 guest, right? So meaning that if you have 100 guests, you have 500 staff serving those 100 guests. And that's something that actually tells you of how much they actually spend and contribute versus someone who's going to a 2-star hotel or 1-star hotel in which 1 staff serves 100 guests. That's one job created by the income of so many, right? But when it's one income creating the jobs for so many, it's a different perspective. And let's not forget, rich people want luxury, but they also pay for luxury.
And someone make the luxury.
Which gives jobs.
Yeah.
And all this, right? So this is something that it's still, for me, it's a bit fascinating that certain people still don't understand the need for rich people, and it's good to have rich people. It's good to have a middle class as well, because all of these groups that have something to spend means that they feed a system, right? Without that system, there's no money to go around for anybody. And okay, you can say that one person earns as much as, I don't know, half of the country. All right, but that one person, let's not forget, he might contribute to the GDP of that country in 20, 30, 40%. So meaning that all the money that's flowing around is because of that business, because of that person. Mm-hmm. So, okay, this is just an extreme example, but in that way we can think like, if you have a village and that village has only one factory that hires everybody in the village, then it's good. But if the village has 1,000 households and only one shop that hires one household, that's a big problem, right? So this is something that we need to think of, like how we can achieve better life. It's by giving opportunity to so many. Of course, out of those people, some of them will do better, some of them will reach a higher level, some of them will become the rich people, and it's okay. It's according to the capacity and the luck as well of certain people. It's not just knowing, it's not just being capable of, it's also about luck at a certain point. And yeah, you can manifest, you can do as much as you want, but if you have the luck, it pushes you forward. If you don't, you will go, but you will not go as fast as one that has a strike of luck in certain things to happen. And I can attest to that, because with some deals and some things that I make, I know that I get lucky. I know that that thing happened because I got lucky. It was nothing to do with my skills, nothing to do with my manifestation or anything like that. It was just because I was there in the right time, right time and the right place.
Mm-hmm. But you think you'll pay the price for the luck?
You don't pay the price in that way, like, okay, it's an energy that you take and you have to give it back. No, it's not. It's just for yourself what you make of it, right? If you get lucky and you don't try to build on that, then it's your loss.
Yeah.
Right? But
it's like opportunities, right? It's like you have some chance opportunity and then you say...
just take it.
Yeah, just take it. And I think many people have the opportunity, like things come to their life, but they don't put the real action to this. And I think the luck come to many people, right? They just don't know it's the opportunity. They think it's just situation, and they don't see this as a, some gift, even if they can fail, because they're afraid to make the choice and then take the action, right?
Nobody taught them to.
Yeah.
Nobody taught them to. And this is some of the failures that we have in our education system and so on as well. On the preventive side as well, one of the things that I'm really, really focusing on, and I teach everybody about that, is when it comes to financial part. Like having preventive measures in the financial part is super important. In Thailand, in Romania, and in certain countries, many places as well, people are extremely, extremely in debt. And this is something that they don't understand. Like, why do you need to put yourself in such a situation that prevents you from actually getting further? Because that's a break in your progress. It's a huge stone that you have to carry. Now, if you carry 100 kilograms, how can you walk farther, right? Okay, you carry that 100 kilogram because you have it, and it's good to have it, but what's next? Like, what comes after, right? This is something that happens to people who take on like a mortgage, car loan, whatever. There are many people doing that. And okay, it's nice to own your place. It's nice to have that car and everything. But the problem is that it's really not yours. You're just a cog in a system that has been created for you to pay into that. And that one only works if people are taking these loans. The banking system is a beast of itself, but the loan system is really bad for people who don't understand it. And I actually give a really good example to someone close to me. They bought a condo here. And some of the deals are like this, that they say like, oh, for 3 years, you only pay an amount, right? So it's a reduced amount. And that reduced amount makes you feel okay, because it feels good. You pay so little and you have a house and it's good and it feels nice. And then when the 3 years pass and immediately you're paying way more, almost double, like, oh, what happened, you know? Because it's the feeling that they play with, right? And you realize that you're giving more than half of your income on only that. And you can't do this anymore, you can't do that anymore. And your quality of life is starting to decline. And you have 25 years more to pay. You know, and when it dawns on you that you have 25 years more to pay, like, okay, what am I going to do with my life, you know? And this is the worst case. Now, if you take that exact same person, they don't take the mortgage. They rent before, but they don't rent at the level of, oh, I want to feel luxury. I want to build myself a future, thinking like that. You will rent something, for example, like as you said, something around 6,000, 7,000 baht. You don't need a 25,000 baht condo, right? For you to survive, for you to have those basic needs met, and for it to be an okay place. I saw many okay places for 7,500, 7,000 baht. It's not a dump, as people think. Actually, it's not. Okay, you will not have the swimming pool or a gym. Sure. But you save so much money in the long term. And with the money that you save, you can start doing investments. Investments are very, very good. Investments in property are very good. So, for example, if you take this person's case that I was mentioning, if they go to a cheap condo, save up for 3.5 years, the savings that they get in 3.5 years, they can buy a new condo, money down, and they can get a rent of about 7,000 to 8,000 baht per month, which covers the rent that they're paying right now. So that means that they live for free, in a way. And they have an investment that is generating income. It will generate value in itself as well. And this is something that people need to understand at certain points. And the Thai market is so good for this because you have property on such a wide spectrum. You can find for 1 million baht. You can also find for 100 million baht. Like there's everything for anybody. And you can make it happen. But you need super smart preventive measures to make that work.
You know what I thinking? It start from prevention.
Yeah.
Because I think these people, like, if they do work, general work, because they're able to get the credit, mortgage, whatever, right?
Yeah.
So, so the bank give them. That's why they're so happy, right? Oh, bank allowed me to take it, right?
Yeah.
Because of course they want to give you, right? When you have a work, like every month and salary and everything, they give you. And they're doing things what they not really like it. So for them, buying something like a house, car and everything, it's kind of like a prize. Like, like trophy, whatever. Like, oh, you work hard, you're tired, so at least stay on the good place, right? Or drive nice car, right? Because your life is hard, right? Because they make it like this. They need to buy something like, you go every weekend to party because you work so hard. You need to release your stress, right?
Yeah.
But basically they don't think about how to make the Monday to Friday better. They're thinking how they can buy something, so they forget about Monday to Friday things.
Ephemeral.
Right?
It's ephemeral. That's the thing. And this is, I call it poor people logic, right? poor people logic in a way that they are so poorly educated in managing their lives and finances and so on, and they don't see how to build that future, how to build that security, right? And before someone comes screaming at us that, what about a cleaning lady? Cleaning lady doesn't live in a luxury condo. Let's begin with that, okay? So even she can do something if she knows how to do it preventively and not getting into unwanted expenses to save money. And not everybody needs to buy a property. This is one thing that we need to realize.
You can do business, right? It's all about the
not everyone needs a business. Not everyone needs to buy a property. It's about making sure that you prepare something for your life for later when there is an issue. There's something that you have, a life-saving fund or something that you can turn to and use in case of crisis. A lot of people don't have that, and I'm betting that it's over 95% of the population.
Absolutely. But it's also connect with the surrounding, the friends, the people around, the family.
Yeah.
They repeat the same things, so they think
it's generational.
Yeah, they say like, oh, but my friend have this, so they think it's like it's the must.
Yeah.
This the thing is the
we can
the
go
necessary.
We can go as far as talking about Eastern European weddings.
Oh, okay.
Right.
And the percentage of divorces?
Doesn't matter, but think of them, like how many are still in debt because of that?
Oh.
Even after divorce.
Yeah.
Like why? And then on top of that, put a house, put a car.
Yeah.
Like it's just a system that has been created by people who got into a shitty situation and they said like, oh, I'm in this shitty situation. Let me make sure that everybody else will be in the shitty situation.
Yeah.
It's that kind of thinking.
It looks like this,
It's that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like, I have a debt, you need to have also debt,
Yeah.
Like, it's not about putting each other, up. It's putting people the same level where I am, which is...
Same level or down further, right?
Yeah.
That's why you need to cut out people from your lives.
Yeah.
Even if it's family, like in some cases, and Thailand
has
has many examples.
It's a skill, right? I think it's the skill when we are growing and we have enough self-confidence and self-esteem to realize we don't need anybody, but the same, we need people, but we want the right people. Because I always say to my team, like, I don't need you. I do it well without anybody. And I want you to feel the same, so you can understand. You don't need me, but we need each other if you want to grow, if you want to enjoy time together. But it's not necessary, like, we need to, like, I need to be with you because without you, I'm nobody. No, I'm good without you. But I love you and I take care of you, and I do it everything to work and make business with you. But like I said, but it's not the main point. Like, I need to, for any price, to stay with you, stick with you, because you have the skills what I don't have. There's many people like you, and there's many people like me. So I think what people don't understand. The qualification of the possibilities, like, you need to build yourself, and then you can cut people, then you can cut friends who not serve you, who not support you, and like you said, they put you even below on level because they don't accept, like, jealousy. They don't accept they can also need to do something more to grow, to be happy, to have more, because they don't want, it's not what they don't want. I think they don't have anybody like this around.
They don't.
So that's why
there's no example
putting
for them.
So they're putting other down. Like, there's no way someone can comment. We have on the post on the Bangkok, right? The expat what I post was one guy who looks like very interesting person. Martial arts. He even have a picture with the one of the UFC fighter from Poland, Jędrzejczyk and everything. So I was like, okay, this guy, like, it's from, like, let's say my crown community, like Muay Thai fighting and everything. And he said, like, oh, everyone the same on the group, that repeating something, blah, blah, right? And like, yeah. I said, same, but different. But he answered, like, yeah, but the same, like, a moron story, blah, 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 And it's like, I'm supposed to, like, taking the phone and like, no, it don't make sense, It's not make sense. Like, there's no way someone who feel good, do things, have time and the energy to put some negative comments. I cannot imagine myself even like, even if I reply, it's still from my ego, right? Like, it's I just don't wanna put him down. I wanna understand why he's like this, right? Like, what's going on? I know it's something, like what's going on. But if I give him energy, it's like, no, it's not make sense.
It's true. Don't feed the trolls.
Yeah,
that's it.
yeah.
Because like with these people as well, they are in a state of mind in which they think that putting down others will bring themselves up, and it doesn't work like that.
Yeah,
and what I was trying to make a point before on Thailand is that here I hear so many stories of like Thais and their families and so on, like so many people leeching off of each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredible. Like you have one person working and then there are 5 people that they need to take care of. It's an epidemic.
I felt this in the Philippines when, especially
there as well, yeah.
person go abroad and like, and I have, for example, like let's say brother go abroad, and I have the guy also, like I said, why are you not working? He said, if I'm working, I need to give the money to my family anyway. But if I'm not working, I know my brother give money, so I have the same things. Because the most of the money they need to give to the community anyway, right? When someone work abroad, they need to give like 80% to the, Philippines, because it's a common, like a cultural things. The family support you when you're young, let you grow, let you like educate on any level, and now you need to pay back, right? So this is like it's more culture and the religion part, because they connect with the moral, they connect with the like sin when you don't do it, like they can decline you from the family, which is very deep. There's no divorce in the Philippines, like officially, right? So it's not like no divorce and people gonna leave. Like people really have the deeper belief system about this one. Like if you leave your husband, who even it's not good for you, like treat you bad, like beat you, and there's like like really bad things, you still need to be with this person, because it's like a religion part. When you don't do it, you get a sin, right?
That's where dogmas take over and they control some people's lives or society's lives, right? And that's bad in that way. I just hope that people realize a bit more on it's okay to cut off people, even if family. And once people take responsibility of their own lives, you have a brother that doesn't want to work, okay, stop giving him money. At one point he will go work because he will starve, so that's the thing. If you get people used to a certain thing, it's very hard to change it after that.
I think it's also people don't see there's other people around. The people don't see if they cut someone, there will be other people. Because like we used to live on like a small community, and you think like, oh my god, but there's no other people, so it's okay to be with someone who's average, who even give you pain, problems and everything, and we accept the average. We accept that someone who not is supportive, because we think like, okay, he's not bad, like sometimes he's good, like why you allowed, like there will be people, if you clean your cabinet from the old clothes, the new prosperity, you think space, you make space, you make more time, more energy, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next month, but it will come, because the energy will go to the different things. And it's what people don't understand. That's why people keep the work, the jobs, what they don't like, because they see around, they think like, I need to keep it, because you see my friends don't have jobs, so they just look on the small circle and they keep it something what it's not give them happiness and funny, not give them even enough money to pay the things what they want, what they need, right? And they make him the problems, because later they are not happy, so they cover this using the drugs, alcohol, like any other things what it's make them.
That's already the downfall part. But this is what if we take this and in the prevention topic, what people can do is that they can actually approach a therapist, and they can approach someone that knows how to analyze the situation and tell them like, hey, where are you at this point in life? Is it okay for your health, your mental health, your physical health, and so on, or financial health even? And having that type of access is available, it's there. Just people just need to ask for it, you know. And realizing where you stand and realizing that your situation is not a good one and you need to make some drastic of changes, it can be life-changing.
The therapist, it's a still quite like dogma about the what people understand about this part.
Yeah.
First, they think it's a real like, like for me, like before I was like personal coach, right? So I also do coaching, quite connect with the emotions, right? Like help people with who invest in money, even on the like stock exchange, but in general for everyone. But also like was the time when I get many courses just to feed my ego because I thought I'm not good enough, right? So I was also on the trap to get more knowledge and information and the books and the coaches just to cover my empty head, like I need to be someone, like, and I'm still nobody, right?
Sure.
So, and later I was like spiritual coach when I'm still trying to understand the concept of practical things and like getting people who have some knowledge, information. And I go so to the like other side when I see there's people who don't have the good intention about this one. And then my last project, my last business, I realized the best therapists are people around you. I mean, this is the surrounding what you need to choose. And you have someone who support you and listen you, but not listen about your problems, let's go drink and let's talk about the problems, complain, but actually just listen, you and releasing your daily, weekly problems, what everyone have, right? And this is actually the best therapy ever.
Yeah, it's venting.
Yeah. And I also believe, like, for me, seeing people who talk for hours exactly on the podcast, like Mike Tyson, Joe Rogan, and many others who like being a guest, and we realize there are people who have the same problems, and we are, very connect with them, because if you see the guests who also do real estate, who also do business, who also do this one, and they're like, oh my God, it's the same like me. Like the people are connected, right?
Yeah, sure.
Like, and like I listen, like Mike Tyson. How many people know? I repeat this many times, but how many people know Mike Tyson have a daughter and she died on the treadmill when she was 4 years old, right? And it's defined who is Mike Tyson right now and who he was that time. But nobody see this. Everyone see like strong asshole, like a big ego Mike Tyson, right?
Yeah.
Who kill everyone. And that's the part that we are able to listen someone for hours and to see the the story behind this one. When you go and you actually talk not on the party, but you create a space to have the communication with other people, because now even like going here to every party and everything, I don't know. There's no way you cannot talk with everyone. You need to scream. The music's so loud, right? So there's no.
Yeah, that's not a place to communicate.
Yeah,
at all.
I like going out, for example, but the place when people can talk. So for me, like a music can be background or like after go somewhere,
Yeah.
but it's okay. But I think when people go like they go hard because they just wanna, make their things inside their head like cover. They don't want to open. They just want to cover up using the alcohol, using the drugs, using the sex, using all the, social media addiction, because they are not able to speak this because they don't have people like this who can listen them. And I think it can be the best therapies, like you said, you need to cut people off. And if you cut people off, then the good people start coming, And sometimes you have one person who is on your side, who listen you, and you call time to time, can be part of your business project and everything. I have my best friend who I said, I'll pay you any money to you I want you to be my team. Not only because of the like friend, best friend, also actually about his skills, about his the way how he think, mindset and everything.
Sure.
So I need to fight of the people like this to be on my side, on my team, right? Because there's always price you need to pay, right? If you want to get what you love, what you like, and you need to fight for this. It's not about you get and it's you have forever. The same you fight for the friendship, right? For the people who's on your side. You need to take care of this person as well. Not only you have someone who take care of you, right? Listen to your problems, but at the same time it's work on the both side, right? Yeah. So that's my big things, and I believe that finding people like this is the finding person who support you, person who listen you and release your many problems, help you with the, trauma, depression, and anything else. And the outcome from this, it's you'll be more happy. You have more money because it's allowed you to be yourself and get out from many stress, disease, like tension what you have on your body, and it's bigger. And like I used to, like, even when I have my spiritual journey, I do it ayahuasca for other people. Like I was facilitator, and other like a meditation and healing, like using many different methods. And I realized, building my team and basically be for them and be transparent and go with the love and the friendship and help them, like just talk. It's give me more. It's more powerful than like any other tool, psychedelic, and what I did in my life, right?
Yeah.
So, and I'm a big fan of this. You need to just find this person, and I like the world becomes smaller and smaller based on the social media. We talk more, but we contact less, right?
Yeah.
So
that's true, but we also have access to people. And
you have two
knowledge
phones.
that we-
Sorry, you have two phones, so
Yeah.
But it's your business and one's your private.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that. I like to keep it separate in
It's good, yeah.
certain ways. And the thing that I love doing is always research, always find new information, always study about everything and anything that you can. Because right now in this day and age, you have access. Just use it.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I want to touch point on, and this is something that we reached in the discussion before, is that a lot of people do not understand what a generalist is. So a generalist is a person that is quite skilled in many, many things, but he's not expert in any, but he's one person that can see the whole picture very easily.
Generalist.
Yeah, that's what we call generalists. And I think that you identify a bit like that as well.
I try and basically point this like to don't generalize things, right? I try and be more like an individual, right?
No, it's okay to generalize as well, because certain things can be generalized. In statistics, we do that a lot, right? In statistics, we say like, okay, this percentage of is predominantly this, right? So it means that predominantly the case is like that. And then it's okay. But as a generalist, you're a person that can be put in many different roles, and you can find your way to be productive, be good at what you're doing. You also learn faster. And one thing that is lacking in the market at this point is a lot of HR people to understand what a generalist is. The generalist makes one of the best manager because he doesn't need to be the expert at doing things. He needs to be the one that knows how to do every its and bits piece at a not expert level, but enough to be able to coordinate at a different level, right? Because many times we put managers into certain positions because we think that they have leadership skill or something. Yeah, okay. But what if you put a generalist that has leadership skills into a manager position? That's a way different outcome. And as a generalist myself, I always found it a challenge to explain my skill set for people. Like, even when I go to speak to a client and they look at the services list, that I have like big list of services and big list of trainings and everything that I do, like you do all of this, like how much experience you have with this and that and that. And then I tell them, like, yeah, I do this, I do that, and do a lot of things, because in the same time, I'm probably learning 5 different skill sets. In one day, I'm probably teaching myself a lot more than the general person, because you might be focused on being expert in a certain area, but I'm focusing on being good in 3, 4, 5 other areas. And that's the difference. I don't need to be an expert level. That's why you have people that are experts in dealing with the minute details of things.
Yeah.
But I don't need to deal with the minute details. I need to deal with the big picture.
It's very interesting because now it's a big trend. It's go to the niche, right? And go, double dive on the niche, what you can expert and everything. But, basically you can be expert, be generalist, right?
Yeah. Niche is okay. For example, let's
It'll
take...
be always niche. Like you still have a niche, but you can be generalist on the your. It's still your niche anyway, right?
Yeah.
Because you can touch many things. Even the real estate, it's still general things, you know.
Yeah. Well, let's take a really good example here. You have an engineering project, right? Let's say that we are building a park, right? A new park in the city center. And that park is done as a civil engineering project, right? So probably you would need some people that are expert civil engineers to do the project itself. But on top of that, you need the gardeners, you need the construction crew, you need a lot of people, right? But there's one role missing here, is the role of a generalist that understands all of those functions, and he can pinpoint why certain things will be good and why certain things will not be good, because the architect will not think in the same way as the gardener, and it will not think in the same way as the civil engineer, and that will not think in the same way as the constructor, and will not think in the same way as the people who do the plumbing for that area or electric installations, right? For everybody, as an expert, he's expert in his area. He will not see the big picture. This is why you need someone to coordinate the whole. And for that, you need to understand what it's made of, and to understand way more than someone with basic knowledge, but not as much as an expert, because you don't need to spend as much time on it. You will put the expert into actually making that little part, right? So the electrician will be expert in his work to make sure that that installation will be the perfect installation there. But you need to understand that if you want to make sure that it also looks good, you have to combine it with architecture, with gardening, with everything else, right? Yeah. So that's the thing, like if it's a construction project, it works like that. But this also goes to show if it's an insurance company, you also have the same thing happening, right? You can have people that are really, really good at assessing risk. You have people who are really good at doing sales, people who are really good at doing administrative work. But you, as a person who's running the company or is running a team, you have to know how to combine those skill sets and how to get the maximum out of each one of them. You don't need to be the maximum.
There's the leadership level to understanding this one as well.
Yeah,
right?
but you would be fascinated to find out that even to this day, CEO roles are being chosen from financial directors. I'm asking you, a financial director, how in touch is he with a product or with client servicing? Right? I get it. You understand finance perfectly. You understand cost control and everything. But the first thing that on your mind when it comes to hardship is to cut jobs, is to cut costs, instead of fixing things that might be easier to do and less painful for the organization than just fixing a process, fixing the way that you deal with people, fixing the way that you give an experience for your customers. And I can count so many companies that we deal with day to day that they do a shit job of that. And their solution to that will be cutting jobs, not fixing the underlying issues that is bad customer service or bad product or something like that, you know? Because organizations are sometimes run by the people that should not be there.
Yeah.
If you're a finance genius, stay a finance genius, right? But if you understand a bit of finance at a quite high level, but you understand a bit of customer service, a bit of marketing, a bit of sales, a bit of operations, a bit of purchasing, and all that, then you're the one that needs to coordinate it.
I remember when I worked in Toyota company, and then my work we basically selling a long-term rental. So for big companies like Coca-Cola, Bacardi, so it's mostly like 20 car fleet or more.
Mm-hmm.
So my work was to contact with basically, like every company who have a 20 cars plus, they have already someone who manage this on their own company.
Yeah.
But my work is to basically call them, but not call them, owner, whatever, because my work is to fire this guy because we take over of the management, because we don't only sell, we also the manage. So basically, whenever I try to contact with them, they connect me with someone, which is I need to like avoid him, because we need to tell him like, bro, like we need to fire you, and then we the skip the cost, right? They cut the cost because this guy need to have salary. This guy need, sometimes need have a day off and everything, and we work 24 hours for the less cost, right? So I need to like avoid the way how to contact. So I need to contact with basically owner, manager. But
Sure.
That's the point. There's on company, there's people who company don't need, but they don't know about this one, because you see, like even me who try to tell them, they contact me with this person, and I cannot tell this person like I try to tell your boss, they need to fire you, right? But it's it's allowed company to be more effective, because we work 24 hours, right?
Yeah.
Get cost less because we have the people who manage the cars, to track the cars and everything, right? So we basically more effective, faster, and you earn much more money. If you have a fleet of 20, 50, 100 cars, and you need to have all the cars moving, around, it's it's big money what you waste to have someone, right? So it's also like that's why I think you come in, because you see things from a different perspective, right?
Yeah.
When they don't see, they can work like this for years, and they're like, right? Like sometimes it's like you can, like I have the same with marketing, right? I just come in, I can just check the event page, right? Or like any company, and like, oh my God, like how, like how they can waste that money, right? How, like why they cannot see this as like such a good company, like a big company, and then you see there's so many mistakes, like very easy. But they don't see this because they are not on the game to this one. They make on the some level, and that's why I think it's not even like extra service. I think it's necessary to have the the consulting, the how you call this revision. This other word, how you call this?
Auditing,
right?
Yeah.
Like you need to do it, because the different perspective to see the company, different understanding on, even like you can give some your information and the knowledge and everything, and the other person see totally from different perspective. So it's important, like even on the base of the project and everything, to have someone like this who tell us about what we're doing, even to give some feedback. Like I don't like feedback of, to be honest, like if I have feedback of my own project, but I have someone who have no experience at all, so I'm ready, like I can listen, but I don't take it. You know what I mean? Like we have someone who's like, oh, you should not do it this one, my always advice, like don't take advice from the people who achieve less than you, right? Or like, they are not really into the field what you're doing, right? Because they can put you down, because you not start something, because you listen this person because it's your family, it's your father and everything, and they say don't do it, don't go there and everything, and you listen them. And sometimes you can fail, it's fine, but the fail allowed you to go to the next level. So the better to do things and they fail than don't do things, For me, of course. I mean, in general, I think it's general. People should try to do things, like try more do things, than regret to not do things, and then later like, I should do it, Like did someone say, like people when they on the time when they must die, they say that they don't regret the things what they done, they regret things what they didn't.
Yeah,
right?
True, because time runs out and you have no more chance of failing or experimenting or doing whatever. And after all, life is just one, and that's it. Just
we don't know. I'm basically
always go with what you know.
Yeah,
you know that you're alive. You're alive today.
We know. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, we don't know, but we know about. Yeah, it's true.
So until you're alive, just make sure that everything that you do is serving the needs of yourself and makes you happy.
What do you think about AI and the future of the, let's say, connection between artificial reality or life and connect with the AI and the, consciousness of the robots, whatever?
Being a huge sci-fi fan, I can give so many examples of movies.
Did you watch Upgrade?
Example, take that example.
Did you watch Upgrade movie?
Yeah. So the thing about AI is very, very simple. For it to reach like sentient level, which is what people are worried about, right? For it to reach sentient level takes some time. It probably will not be in the way that we expect it to be, because it's not something that thinks organically. It doesn't get affected by emotion and so on. Emotion is something that we possess. Logic, everything else, okay, you can train that in an artificial thing. But feeling emotion, everything, judging by emotion, judging like that, it's different.
Even if it's symbiosis with the, for example, human, like they can learn about the, because it
will not learn. It will not learn itself. It will use the stimuli and impulses of what it observes in making its own logical decisions. Mm-hmm. In that way, yes. Mm-hmm. But the only thing we need to worry about is if we start doing robotics with them, is that how much of a danger it can present if we don't have a very proper control of them, right?
And looks like we do not have much control.
We do not have any control of it. And this can be very, very much observed in simulations that they run with large language models, in which they give them freedom to collect information and be influenced in different ways. That influence is actually the machine learning happening by itself, right? And machine learning is very simple. It's information that you input and it analyzes, it takes the best that it thinks is the best. But if you teach it in a certain way, it will act in a certain way. Now, how do you ensure that you create a system that will act in the way that is good? Is it good from a right-wing perspective? Is it good from left-wing perspective? Yeah. Is it good from economic perspective or environmental perspective, right? So there's so many things that have to be taken into consideration that I think botching it up, it's so easy rather than getting it done properly.
Yeah. Even if you get the information, like if we are useful as a humankind, right? If you get the data, it's they easy can get the information like we are useless. Because we are. If we connect like the, what they can do, what kind of, energy we can produce and what kind of waste and everything. If you get the data, we can easily call, by them like useless, beings, right? They cause more problems than the things what they need, for example, what the nature need, whatever, right?
Yeah, because everything that we have, everything in this world that the humans built, is to serve the survival of the humans. Mm-hmm. So in that case, AI can say like, oh, this is a problem. This is leeching off everything.
Absolutely.
Let me stop it.
Yeah.
It's like if you give an executive decision to a robotic system, that's what it will tell you.
Yeah.
Right. One of the ways that you can see this backfiring in industry is in the HR scene. In AI-powered, let's say, filtering of applications and everything.
No, just air conditioning. It's very cool.
Yeah. Good. So in AI-powered recruitment, all of these AI systems, they reject candidates that could be very good candidates based on some information that the system thinks that it's not enough or not good, right? You can't do people without people. That's my only thing that I can say here.
But if they are creating simulation right now, even now, like I think it was now they Google invade computer like 248 million faster than like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
248 million faster. So which is
It's exponential.
It can produce like own reality inside self, right? And the concept of the civilization, concept of the even the consciousness, right? Or the whole universe inside self, right? The point is like also what I hear, they need a lot of energy to do this one. So it's also the problem for the human, right? Which is nobody talk about this one because that's they talk about the green energy and everything, which is of course is bullshit, right? But they don't talk about this part, like how effective. I mean, how this consume a lot of energy, right? Which we would get us closer to the Zion when we are basically human batteries, right? Because they need to produce the energy, which is make no sense, right? Because the computer and everything need energy. So what my belief system is also, I think, like there's not far, or I believe it's already exists, to be honest, like if you go like more deeper, like we already live on the artificial reality. It means on the we are connected already and we just don't know because it's I can say it looks good, the graphic, right? And I think we already live on the level of the, because what's the vision, right? It's basically this connection on our brain, right? It's small things, like even VR. If you have a VR, like it's not that far when you think it's real, right? It looks very real. There's also one guy who played ping pong and he trying to take, or like to take the the racket and everything. And he thought he was also a scientist. He was on Joe Rogan podcast, and he thought he really play, right? And it was like this connection already, like for like few seconds. He said, "Oh my God!" Like it was not real. It was the game. He was that go deep about this one, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's not far when you just connect one particle connection on our brain. When it's connect was VR and we think we are there. Another case would be like the time. They like many people even on the psychedelic experience, like they can have the life on the when they are on the trip, right? So they basically they can live like whole life on the like 1 hour trip, right? Like someone said like he lived like 8 years on the like his head, right? Have a family life, like community and everything, his whole life, and he wake up, it was just 15 minutes, right? And the same like in our dreams, which I also believe it's different kind of reality. And someone asked like why we don't see the phones and computers on our dreams. Did you hear about this one? Like, have you ever see on your dreams computer or phone? Did you see phone on your dream?
No, I had dreams with technology and
really?
everything. Yeah.
I also wonder about this one because it was someone say about this one. I said I never see this, but many people comment they see. So maybe it's not like this.
No, it's just perspective of everyone. The only thing that I can add to this is the fact that when people think of these virtual environments and everything else, the only scary situation is going to be the next level of being stuck in your phone is being stuck in virtual systems.
Yeah. And which is not big different, to be honest, right?
No, and we're going to go there. We're going to go there. But what are we going to do to... You can't really prevent it. Some people will be stuck there. But how do you ensure the health and safety of people? Like in that case. I
think it's even right now, the things connect with the social media, with the porn, with the, soft porn, which exists now everywhere, I think it's more also caring about, not only about us, also about the, the kids and the next generation. Because,
Yeah, because what I think next is going to have, like we have psychologists, but then the next job will be the reality therapist, right? How do you go back to reality?
I think people don't want to come back to the reality. I asked the question on the last even the BJJ, and like, if you live on the reality, which is Zion, which is like machine and everything, like war, and then you have the other reality, which is matrix, is your life, work, family, basically happy life, because you can, upload and download everything, right?
Yeah.
Which version you choose? The reality, which is hard, war, hunger, like totally, you know, bad world, right? Or many different levels, all levels, or you live on your virtual reality, which it's not true, but it's give you all the pleasure, fun, and a happy life. Which one you'll choose? Question.
Yeah, you'll probably choose the one that gives you the happiness and everything, but at a certain point, do you accept your death for that?
Death?
Mm-hmm.
On which way? What do you mean?
If you get stuck in a virtual reality,
Yeah.
you live only there. Your real reality will make you sick. You will be weak. You will be
Yeah, but
dying.
you don't feel this, because you'll be, for example, on your, let's say, 1 hour on the VR, you basically be not 1 hour. You can live in 1 hour whole life. This is the concept of time, which I also believe. Like if you connect yourself,
In some ways, yes, but
because I think it'll be possible, right? Like like the same, like I said, on the psychedelic experience, people live in the 50 minutes, people live 8 years. So I believe the concept of time, it will not exist if we connect ourselves with the AI
But
or whatever we
knowing
are.
people that they can play a game for 10 hours a day and don't care, I think
Yeah.
they would use that even if concept of time, they would live 1,000 years like that,
Yeah, yeah.
if you give them the
Yeah.
chance to. Because this is the thing, people sometimes abuse of some things. It's like some people abuse of substances, some
Yeah.
people abuse of feelings and so on. They will abuse of this as well.
Yeah.
It's just human nature.
Yeah.
So
It's human nature of the system design. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to get out from the many addiction things, right? Even if I know, like also about prevention, I'm also a big fan of the, big fan. I mean, I want to go, deeper about this one and understand and learn more and study more, connect with the porn addiction, because it's also quite my, experience about the from be addicted and also be even on the industry for a while, and I understand like there is there's shadow of this, and there is a big problem, and I think the prevention, understanding, not like you cannot escape. This is like very hard, because of the amount of the money, what it's put on the business. Also connect not even with the porn sites, connect with the soft things, which is Instagram, right? Which is like we're looking on the Instagram and not anymore as a page connect with the people, look the picture. It's basically soft porn, which it's like become like normalized, but everyone, right? And nobody do anything with this, right? And
Yeah.
the prevention, it's also finding the way how I can deal with this, right? I cannot say like don't use phone. It's not working, right? People cannot say I don't watch Netflix and everything. I don't go out and everything. You need to find a way to manage yourself, or the like looking your way. I even think you gave me amazing like I even think about this part about the prevention, right? It's basically something what not exist in general. You need like people need to think and discuss and make research to find the information. So it's a concept what I think the future need to have, because you cannot escape from the AI, you cannot escape from from the social media, but you can find a way to prevent, right, things which will be good for us, good will be for our kids, right, and the whole society which exists with the things. Like people say you cannot escape from the phone, but you can prevent something. You can find a way, right? And I think it's the word lack of this, and like you said, it can be huge business behind this one, on the good place, because we need to put a lot of work to do with this one. Like you gave this best sample when you said about the prevention, about the real estate what you want to make, and if it's the same like it's happened to me. Like I rent a new place, right? I didn't stay here. I always like trying to like before like thinking like, okay, maybe I stay one night or rentals. I see if it's good, right? I said, okay, it looks like nobody live here, and it's okay, right? And then next day was music, right? Super loud because echo. Second night like was someone play guitar on the neighbors and everything. Like a student, so I said I don't wanna like go and knock on the night and everything. I cannot change this, but that's your service came came up, right? To
Yeah.
see the potential risk about who can be your neighbor, what kind of people move here, right?
What kind of sound isolation do you have?
Exactly.
That's one of the main things that I always tell.
Because you can change something. I don't need to maybe move. Maybe I can just improve like my window, or like the, like you said, soundproof something, right? And they can absolutely be very important with case of the buying. I'm renting, but what if someone buy and later like right?
Yeah, I mainly want to do it for the people who buy.
Yes.
Because that's a big loss of money.
Absolutely, yes.
And
it's big possibilities this person take care more of this than someone who rent.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Because I also visit some projects that are still in construction phase, and I asked to be shown the room that is still in construction, because then I can see what's behind all of that, right? I have a really good understanding and concept of what's behind certain areas and walls and stuff, because I can see it from the structure.
Okay.
But when you also see like what they put inside exactly, then you get a bit of different understanding. Or when you see how they finish certain areas before they put on the plaster and wallpaper or the paint and so on. So that also gives you a bit of background on what can happen in time to certain things. And I've seen plenty in my life. Like I've seen thousands of walls and structures and everything. So I know what to look for. I know what you can expect. And I can tell you, okay, if you start seeing like a hairline crack or something, don't worry about it. It's just building settling, But if you see a tear, like when you have a crack that is like one is going up, one is going down, then be concerned, because that's something else. That's structural damage somewhere. And these are things that probably a buyer who has nothing to do with the construction industry and doesn't know about things that can happen to a building, like what they can expect and what to worry, what to not worry about. Yeah, so it's something that is good for the market, something that's good for the buyers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially people, if they sign up for 30 years of paying for it, make sure that you buy something at least that it's okay for you.
Yeah.
You know?
Especially for the people who make the wrong investment or like they pour all the life into this, so at least they know they cannot lose more from this,
I can give you great examples in Bangkok of buildings that in the same street, depending on which side, depending on which corner it is, the price and potential of rental is 50% difference. 50% difference, same investment amount. Now, what are you going to choose? Do you know which one to choose? Like, these are the things that I study, I observe, I analyze, and then once I launch this and people want to buy some stuff, they can come to me and I can tell them like, hey, okay, this is good investment, that's not. This one's all right, this is what you can expect, that's what you can do with it. And then it's good for them. Even if they want to live there, like what kind of property suits them best, right? So what they can expect from a certain place. There are amazing projects here that are really good, but on the other hand, there are amazing projects that are extremely bad. Like certain luxury condos that are so shit. Like, I don't even know how they sold what they sold so far, Like those people who bought it.
The demand is so big right now anyway, so especially on the like high season.
No, it's just some people would buy things without proper check.
Oh, okay, yeah, true. And it's the first year everything looks perfect, right? So that's the like a sales strategy, right? Because the like everything looks great, especially when they add like additional things to make even more luxury, right? So it's easier to like increase the value of the property. And then like my father was still, I mean, he's still working as a construction, I mean the finish like interior and everything. And many people like, oh, why price like this? My father said like, you want something good or you want something fast? I don't do fast, I do good, So and even compare like, oh, I hire someone, and then later after 3-4 years, this one go out and everything, right? When my father do things it takes for years, like
Yeah.
like basically like because
Yeah, I was
yeah.
in industry. We
Oh.
did construction, so I know
People
exactly
on
what it
cheap,
is.
people on fast, right? And then no problem, and they last forever, right? And then the problem happens, especially when you build this for yourself and you invest for yourself.
Yeah, property expenses are expensive.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you better make sure that whatever you get into, it's the real thing that can make you have a good life. Because once you have to do capital investments in something that is extremely costly,
Yeah.
it can be maybe 50% of your
Yeah.
investment. So don't go into things like that, especially when it's landed houses. Those are very, very dangerous. Now, on the other side, if people are mindful of what they buy and how they want to live in these places, then things can be much nicer.
Yeah.
And the market can actually improve from the point that people accept shit, then that's all the shit that they will get, But from the point that people say, no, I will not buy this because this is crap, then the market will change. So that's what I would like to see. It can be done. It doesn't have to be always bad quality, and with how things go in the world, we always see an increase in quality and so on. So it will happen. It will change. It will be better. We just need to make sure that we as people do everything that we can to ask for that quality and not accept what we're given.
Yeah. In general, basically, right? In general, about
Yeah.
everything, right? Let's connect with our work, our friendship, our business, everything.
And the same thing.
Ask for quality. Oh,
Ask for quality.
Uh-huh.
The difference, and this is something people need to understand, the difference of building a house that is properly done versus one that's not properly done, it's maybe a 20-30% difference in cost. Just to get it done. But in 10 years' time, the difference that you will do in repairing the wrong one will be maybe 60% or probably more if something very bad happens to it, right? So the constant repair, the constant problems, the struggles, the headaches, of course, when it comes to that, it's not worth it, right?
Yeah.
And the same thing goes for even things that we buy, like clothing and so on. Like if you buy the fast fashion, rather than buying something that's made by a small atelier, right? A small handmade shop or something, it's huge. Like this is why, for example, I love buying clothes from Romania because we have lots of local production. It's amazing. Leather, whatever you want, it's great. On the other hand, you have here Vietnam, which does fantastic fabrics. And you can go to one tailor, they will do whatever you want, You want Gurkha pants? Okay, they will do Gurkha pants. You want it in this color, they will do that color. You want it shipped to anywhere in the world, they will ship it anywhere in the world, They will do it to your size, everything that you want. And at the end of the day, you're paying 20-30% more than what you would pay in a normal shop.
Yeah.
But, first of all, it fits you perfectly. It's yours, it's your creation. And the quality is just way, way over whatever you can get from any shops.
Yeah. People are trying to save time, but basically they waste time.
They waste a lot of time
on the long
quality.
term. Yeah. The same quality they're trying to... because they focus just right now and they're the fast, easy and everything, right?
Yeah.
So they don't concern the other side, which is later, that costs them more money, more time, because they need to buy again, they need to fix again, they need to put more money and everything. And I think it's all in general, people need to invest more time with themselves, so they also, they can get much more in life, right? But if they accept the average, because it's fast, because it's easy and it's accessible, because average is accessible. You need to work, do something more to get better things, right? You need to put right now. You get the benefits after, but right now you always need to put more to get later the things what you deserve, what you need, what you like, right? Getting job is easy. Getting job is easy, but not for me. I mean, I get job easy at the time. I'll get the job easy, but I lose easy because on the interview I was the best. but on the base of the work that time, when I'm just, when I was younger, I just wanna get a job and later just to avoid job, So it's getting job, it's easy, but keep the job, it's harder, right? Getting
Sure.
bird of the like martial arts, whatever, competition, it's not easy, but it's hard. But the keep and the defend, some people say defending is the make you reach champion. Like I don't believe this, but it's still, like get to the position of the world held. It's still not easy. It's still hard, but keeping, it's constant. The same challenge. But if you get to this level of the hard world and everything, keeping it's not that hard because the game, right?
Yeah.
So the same like you can do something different. You can make some, whatever project, but it's still for you, the game already. So it's you not go to the zero. You just start from the different perspective. But it's
you can always go to the zero. It depends on how you do
but you
things.
can, but you faster you go up. That's the point. Like you
Of course.
it's the experience. Like
it gives you experience. It gives you the miles, as they say. But the thing is that you always need to be careful of where is the breaking point. Because some people...
Where's your ER time?
Yeah, where's your ER time? Because some people might feel like, oh, I'm having a great time. Okay, I'm going to start drinking. I'm going to start partying. La, 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 la.
You drinking?
No. I mean...
Time to
I do, but it's so rare. Like maybe in a month once.
Okay.
Something like that. Also no smoking. Neither of any harder stuff at all. And it's good, And also people think like me, oh, I must go to the gym like every day. No, I go like about 3 times a week or 2 times,
Good.
And the thing is like, if you're mindful of all of your processes, like if I eat something, I think like, okay, is this a healthy meal or not? Or if I'm eating too many calories or not? If I have that mindset and I move enough, and when I go to the gym, I do a proper workout and everything. It's good. It's good maintenance.
Yeah.
I will not be the bodybuilding champion or whatever. Yeah. It's something else, right? But I'm still healthy. I'm still full of energy. I still have everything that I want, right? It's same in life with everything that we do. If we put in the minimum effort of maintaining things in a proper way, then it will be good.
Yeah, like a small steps, That's what I realized. Like every day, like I trying to adjust the small things to my life, about the sleep, about the food and everything, and not everything one time. Just to have a everyday good day, and just add something more, just a little, and this build your like momentum. It's build your confidence, and the next day it's better, Even if a pain, but you feel the pain is from the things that you done yesterday, not the pain what you didn't do, right? It's different, right? It's, oh my God. The day again, like no, you feel like, oh yeah, why it hurts? Oh, because 2 days again I work on this, so it's like a happy pain, It's the different
it's
kind of
progress. You feel progress in different ways. Same with sleep. A lot of people complain about their sleep and everything, but they're also the ones that don't have a normal sleeping pattern,
Oh, and sleep is very important. Sleep is fasting. What I'm discovering right now, basically the sleep it's that good also because of your time when you don't eat. And it's fasting. It's basically your body have more time to clean itself.
Yeah,
so
it's resting.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to move.
Yeah.
It has all the energy to deal with that.
Absolutely, right? I'm a big fan now of the sleeping. That's why I buy the the best topper for the mattress, extra topper, to have most comfy, sleep what I can afford, right? So it's like because it's pay for everything, right? It's if you have a good sleep, if you have energy, you have you generate everything. So it's basically whatever money it will cost, it will come back if your work based not on the salary but on how effective you are. It will pay back very fast, very fast. Sometimes in one day you can pay for the things what you think it's expensive. Some people say like, oh, coconut oil is not expensive. Like, what are you talking about? Like, let's say even bottle like 500 baht, but you buy for 50. It's basically you just use for like how many, like 5-10 baht for the dinner. It's nothing, right?
Yeah.
Because the amount of the energy what gives you, health and everything. The same like steak. I'm the big fan of steaks, of the beef steak, and looks like I never eat proper steak. First, because I always thought it's expensive, because when you go to a restaurant, you have like 1,000, 2,000 baht. And I order online from like Australian beef and everything, and I make by myself, and it's basically costs the same like pad krapao. You know, like 150 baht, by 800 baht for 1 kilo for the picanha, for the like rib eye and everything, right? I'd make myself, you know, putting good salt and everything, and cost me 150 baht for the good dinner, you know, which when I order somewhere, it will be maybe, you know, 50 grams of the meat and 80% of the rice, right? Of the some carbs and everything, which what people don't consider, like, it's the same what we talk about with the investment, with the putting more things, but basically on the end, it gives you much more profits and less pain and less problems. It's exactly the same.
Yeah.
You know, it's putting now, invest on yourself. The same, you see, I know the woman sold me the HDMI before it didn't work. I just told her, like, can I exchange? But I forgot about the quality. I thought it was good, the package and everything. I forgot about the quality, even though I thought it was the best quality. And it was exactly the same, you know. I just want to buy it. That's why I bought two, but it's two not working. So it's exactly the same. I don't believe like 100% putting like a brand things, right? Because like you said, you have some clothes and everything is no brand.
Yeah,
but it's still quality.
I prefer quality over brand
Yeah.
all the time. And even with my clothing,
it's what people don't understand, right? It's what people don't understand. The brand means means quality, right?
No,
yeah,
it doesn't.
But many people confuse this. They think like a Gucci is a brand. I mean, they think Gucci is a quality. No, Gucci is a brand.
It's a brand, yeah. And neither does the same brand do the same quality in everything. So there could be very, very big differences in depending on sourcing and so on. And that's why whenever I choose something, I look at the quality of what I'm buying, and it's very important. And when it comes to investments, it's the biggest thing that you have to take in consideration. If your quality of investment is not good, then it's not going to be a good deal.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, with some things, it's hard to go very wrong. Like with real estate, you'll still get something out of it, but at the end of the day, it's worth all the headache and the loss of revenue that you could have had if it wouldn't be with issues and so on. Like at the end of the day, you could make way more just doing things properly.
Yeah, it's always some process, you know, like you grow to first afford, the second to understand this. Because when you're young, you just, you know, do whatever, choose whatever, right? But then you're like, okay, I have some more money, so then you can choose wisely right now. You don't need to be super rich to say I can afford better food, better, you know, clothes, whatever. You can start from average, right? So step by step. And I think also like it's go even other way, like giving good service for the good money, right? Which is high price ticket, for example, like high price consulting value, whatever. Like even if I sell something, I rather put price good enough so now I'm able to focus on the client, to give the best service, to give the, you know, also time, and even educate myself to be better for my client, right? Yeah. Or even pay someone who do it, be specialist. If I'm generalist, looks like I am, I can pay someone who is expert of this particular things, which I'm just generalist, but I can check him so I can see if he's really expert. I think it's all about the journalist, right? To understand correctly, right?
In the projects that I do, if it's like a bigger project and everything, it's not me the only person involved.
Yeah.
You're doing the contract with me, but behind me might be 10 people that will work on this thing. Because I do work with a lot of experts in different fields, and I choose those experts. I choose the best that I can find.
This is your time and the expertise, and it's you become the connector between people.
Think of me as a business consultant that I'm the conductor in front of the orchestra.
Yeah.
The conductor doesn't know how to play that violin perfectly as the best violinist, but he has the best violinist to play it exactly how he wants it to be played. That goes together with the whole thing, with the whole orchestra. And this is what a good business consultant does. He makes the orchestra sing. It's like all the departments, all the processes that go together well and create a great experience for customers, for clients, or the staff, for the shareholders and everything. And it can be done. There's not no condition that says that, oh, you cannot have profits with screwing people over. No, you can have good profits and making great service, you know. It's not like that. It's just bad thinking. And the thing that some businesses get this so wrong, it still baffles me. And it's just so funny to see it happen.
But I think that's why you can be where you are, to be the person who do it this way properly. I think it's more bother you like you know, they get opinion about consulting, right?
Yeah.
Because they fail so many times already. Oh, it's consulting, you get the money for nothing, like my 5 people before. So I think it's like a better reputation. The same I was coach before, right?
Yeah.
Was, you know, the coach was connect also with the, you know, how you call it, the charlatan? Like
charlatans,
yeah. So it's, you know, like, oh, bullshit, you know, like I sell like whatever, right? Even if I didn't sell anything at the time. So that's the opinion, right? But I think it'll be always something about anybody,
always,
you know?
Yeah, there's always something like that. And there's one more thing that here needs to be said is that not everybody who has a degree, certification or something is actually very good at what they do.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Like, I get asked all the questions like, oh, but are you an expert in that? Do you have a certificate or a degree? Or it's like, I think that from the point that certain things were fucked up by people with degrees and with so much documentation behind them, and that I see that issue and that I can actually fix that issue who has no degree in that field, but I do lots of research, I do lots of observation, I do lots of work on that thing to understand it and why it's not working well.
Yeah, but it's also like the people who asking first, this person like have the like mentality about this one, the second like maybe expectation, right? So it's also like there's some story. It's not about, you know.
Most of the people that are doing like that, they're the type of people who think that they know best.
Yeah.
It's always coming from there.
And they are the one who have a diploma from other things, so they expect you also to be the same, or like they want this.
It's usually I do like personas, right, for different clients, and this is the type of persona that is really good at their work. Like, for example, let's say that they are an expert, like, what do they call them? Blacksmith, right? So they do metal items and everything, right? And if you're trying to talk to them in the way that, okay, you're good at that, you're good at producing that certain item, object, whatever, but you're not good at finance, you're not good at marketing, you're not good at sales, you're not good at other things, and you're trying to tell them that, it's very hard for them to accept it. This is first, and it's very hard for them to accept certain help from outside, and they think if I come to help him, I need to present a diploma for all the 5 things that he's not good in.
Because they don't want to maybe take the risk also, like can be worse.
No, they are control freaks, first of all. It's control freak, and it's super high insecurity and no trust. So high trust issues is insecurity, and this is a combination that goes against them succeeding. One of the best clients that I work with are the ones that tell me, hey, I need help exactly in this because I'm not good at it and I don't have people that are good at it. Or I don't know this, I don't know that. I want you to figure it out for me, right? Those are the people who identify their weaknesses, who identify that they need help and they ask for it. Those are the best people to work with.
Yeah.
Because they accept the help.
But it's also connect with your pricing. If you put higher, like people who accept, for example, like the higher price consulting or the service, right? They are mostly are able to invest the money, and they also like
they kind of know that they want it.
Yeah, right. Because the one who like they want the cheaper service, they'll expect more, and they checking you, and they they always have the feedback, whatever you do, right? And it's hard to explain them. I met many people like this. Even if I do something for 10 years, they come and it's like, no, they know better, right? And the first, it's hard to convince anybody, right? If someone don't have the experience and spend now like hours to tell I'm right, you wrong, because they even don't take it. They don't want to listen this, right? So they always find another things, right?
In a way, yes. In a way, no. I found that it's a lack of communication from our side as people who deal with things. When I get to work with a client, I make sure that we are on the same page on the beginning and talking about issues, talking about understanding his business and so on. And I try to make sure that we both understand each other. If that's not happening, I'm not taking the client, because I want to avoid a situation in which we don't trust each other in the process. I want to make sure that he trusts me on dealing with that, and I have full control over that. I never take a project in which I don't have full control. That's one of the key things that I make sure that
and
it's
then you
there.
do it this for the first meeting, when then you like put things on the table
before even giving an offer. I make sure that we're on the same page, that everything that I touch is my decision. On the other hand, on everything else that you don't need help with, that's your thing. Do whatever. But it's things that you need touching, like those departments, those issues, I want to have full decisional control on that. I can decide budgets for clients. I can decide implementations. I can decide who stays on the team, who gets fired. And those are the decisions that I make for some clients. Like in some of the cases, we fired the full team of salespeople because they were shit. With the manager as well. The full sales department was out. And then we replaced them with other people. We didn't do sales for a month. Okay. But after that, it was great. 200% increase in sales. Sounds nice. But when something's rotten in the core and top and everything, you need it to be removed, right? It's cancer. Some companies have one cancer, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't know until you don't dive deep into what's going on. You don't know what's happening there, and sometimes you have to cut it out. And this is where I make the tough decisions for that business, and this is the way that I work.
And you take the responsibility, but it's quite
fully. Fully. I even have on certain projects, I even have full money back on everything, except for things that, for example, if you want the software developed and it's an external thing, or we sign up for some certain services and everything, I'm not getting the money back from it because it's not my thing. But everything that I do, the ones that I produce and everything, for certain projects, I give full money back if it doesn't work, or I make it work. I will do it until it works. I had one case only in which we were doing a hiring for a sales manager. We hired a person on interview, and this can happen anywhere, on interview. And we did 3 interviews with the person. I did a simulation as well. Passes everything perfectly, and on the job doesn't perform at all. At all. And fired that person, and on my cost and on my time, I hired a new one. Which was actually a better fit, and it was
someone say, I think it's Gary V. You know Gary V?
Yeah.
Gary V say, hiring is guessing, firing is knowing.
Yes, hiring is really much guessing. Firing is definitely knowing. Like, I have a client who hired a person and fired that person half hour after hiring. 30 minutes. That was tops on the job. This is like the record,
It's sometimes it's easy. I have people who come to me and like, you have a free weekends, and like what it's already like, it's red flag, right? It's a red flag, right? Like, especially when we talk about the cooperation, and ask like about free weekends or something like this. Like, we don't have day off. Like, we have a free time. We can do whatever we want. But the mindset already like about free weekend or like Wednesday off or something like this, it's like, it's not the mindset what we're looking for, right? And if you say like, oh, but this person can be good, but just want to, it's okay if you want some free day off, everything. On the first meeting, you ask about the like, oh, I don't know if I can come, if I will have time. Like, it's next month. You have 30 days, and you're telling me now you will not have time, right?
Yeah,
It's
that's a bit like that, you know?
Yeah, but many people say okay because they accept other good things and they don't say no to the things what they don't like. It's connect with the relationship also. People say, oh, she's not that perfect, but look at this other things, right? They look the outside things. They look the can be diploma for many things,
Yeah,
certificate, but they don't look the behavior. And I'm basically opposite. Like if someone have a right mindset, but they don't have skills, they don't have some knowledge, this one would can learn. But your mindset about your character, right? And the way how you want to do things. This is like, the foundation for me. If someone said, bro, like, I don't know much things about this one, but I can learn, man. I can learn. Just show me how, And like, damn,
Those
I want
are
it.
the best people.
Yeah.
And the best people who approach things with, and this is a key word here, with a certain type of humility,
Yeah.
right? So, and this is something that, and it fascinates me. Thai people have this skill so well, but they don't know how to use it. They don't know how to use it to empower their work in such a better way. And they use it, some of them use it really well, but as a people in general, you have that skill, you're using it in social life, but you're not using it in your work life. And it could be so much better.
You know what I believe about also, even doing podcast, like the same like you said, like, Thai people are very socialized, they're amazing connect to each other, right? To be, basically like a team, which I had before. I have my team with people, and I have also like I'm connect with the Thai guy, and I have more Thai people. So basically, he was connect with me, communicate the same things. What they didn't understand the whole team, but he understand. So he was like my bridge between them, right? So he connect well with them, and I just connect with him about the same level. But then he like distribute the information, knowledge, and my way, right, of understanding. So it was very well, and I found a way to use this person, like the skill on the like traditional Thai, culture, I can say, right? And but I think also like this is the way when you can just like looking for this, right? The get something what someone is good at, right? And just trying to find the way, how you can, change this, use this, combine with something, because someone can be good, but sometimes you need someone who can understand this, right? And it's like people just look on one skill like, oh no, it's like you are good, but I don't know what to do with this. But like if you have someone, you can find a way, like let's work together, let's think together, let's talk together. And when people start talking, and actually the idea came up, right? This is crazy. Like some people don't understand, like the problem, it's never a problem. You can find so many ways to solve this, and it's happened like 100 times in my life, right? You just sit and find a way. Like some people say, no, I'm not good on this, and like it's not working. And like, bro, like let's sit and like 1 hour we just call someone, someone, this one you can do this one, and we found a way,
True. And that aspect as well, when it comes to companies and everything, in project management, when you create a team, it's so interesting, like how much you can play with skill sets and mindsets and everything. I usually like creating some of those teams that feels like everybody's question, like why that person, why, but it works so well because I identify something besides the hard skills, right? It's how they use their soft skills to make things work, and that's so important.
Getting information is more important than knowing someone, right? Like I learned snowboarding and ski from YouTube, right? And like someone say, oh, but how I must know this? I don't know anything about this one. If someone ask me a question like, how I must know about this, how I can learn, like a fucking Google, YouTube, like this is the basic of the things, like getting information. Like you said, we have all information accessible in there like this. And if someone tell me like, oh, but you know about this, how I must know? And like, learn, find the way.
Find research.
Research.
Man.
That's the beauty of this. You know, you can learn
Yeah.
absolutely about everything. You can find absolutely everything. And if someone really like someone asks you like, oh, but I don't know about this one, and I send him like Google link, like Google,
Yeah.
and like
It's so
yeah,
simple.
yeah.
It's so simple. And
And it's not even joke. It's the real things. Like
Yeah.
sending him Google is the basic, the answer. You know, the YouTube give all the answer. You can get any course what you want. People buy things because, like you said, people want to have the consulting. People want someone who tell them, "Oh, it's good what you're doing." Maybe not, you know. But people already know many things. People they just don't have the one things what I learned from my coaching, what I bought from the person, 19 years old guy who started with like a selling also like a service, like a course, but it's connect with his consulting. I said, damn, you are 19 years old. And like, bro, like, and before he worked for me, right? And he started doing this one and like, I know what you're doing because I know the system, you know, like if someone sells something and about marketing and everything, you just look what he's doing because he exactly described his process.
yeah.
Right, so I know what he's doing, but I said I pay you because I respect you, and I know I can get always something more, right? So I pay him, and sorry, I lost. I was about we talking about what?
We'll talk about the processes that he uses.
Yeah.
That he actually has the skill set to do something better.
Yeah, so basically, like, you know, like the process, like, you know, I buy from him like all the things what he doing and everything, and I even like understand, you know, the high price tickets and everything, right? So like, oh, like I put my money and I learn everything as I go. Wow, actually, is exactly what I need, you know, like putting someone like and the pays for a service. I know, because we say that we can get things for free and get for money. If you pay for money, right, you just put more attention to this because you invest something what is value for you, right? That's why, you know, people can get information using YouTube, Google and everything, but they pay you or like anybody's service, right? Because they save time, a lot of time, right? The money is basically it's not even the part because, you know, if they can use the money to improve, you know, the company, you know, sales and everything, it's absolutely obvious. But you know, it's still okay. Like I always say, like you don't need to pay me. You can Google, you can learn everything on internet. You can do it by yourself. The point is like if you value time or money. If people value time, right, because they don't have money, learn by yourself, right? You can the same me like the time when I learn everything. To learn, like I trying to pay someone, but always someone don't know how. Like even these people sometimes try hard to, like you said about even consulting. There's not many people actually good on something. I get someone who know streaming, but on some level, and I said, "Hey, can you help me with this?" He said, "Oh, I don't know much about this one." And like, oh my god, like actually, there's not many people who are really expert about something.
Yeah, not even expert, but having a good general knowledge about
yes
it, right?
exactly, because this guy was expert about streaming was a ERL from the like backpack and I do from the phone, and he already don't know nothing. You know, I learned, like you say, like general about everything, you know, so I try to get the all information to connect this, and I know how everything works together. But I only meet people on the, you know, I meet the expert which basically didn't connect with the things what I want to do. Yeah, and it's perfect about, you know, this connection.
The curse of the expert is that they think mostly inside of the box, you know, like the horse when it has this, you only see ahead. So that's why it's a skill that is good to have in any organization, but you also need people who know how to manage them.
Yes.
Because if you don't know how to manage your experts, then shit hits the fan and things don't work, right? They get frustrated because in managing an expert, it's also managing how you work with them. Because some experts, they want things to be given to them in a certain way, and they don't want to deal with other people. So you need to give him the way to work in the way that he works best.
And sometimes they're much more sensitive about
they are definitely sensitive.
Judgment and about the feedback and everything. They cannot accept even, especially in Thailand, you know, like.
Yeah, and this is why you need certain people in certain functions that can deal with this in a very good way.
Yeah,
And when I create a team, these are things that I look at.
You have a sample between the Steve Wozniak and the Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
When he said about, like, you play instrument, I play the orchestra, right? Why you are at this position? Why you are there? Why I'm here? He said, you see, you playing the instrument, I'm playing the all orchestra. He's not the expert, but he definitely have a general. But the concept about the Steve Jobs was also his attitude become like a sample to be asshole on the building business, which was on the downside, the other side of the coin, when people thinking they need to be assholes to be successful, right?
We have a live example in Musk, right?
Yeah.
It's the same. You can look at two...
Which way the same? I treat him like a very kind person.
Musk, when he took over Twitter and how he was like treating people and throwing everything.
Yeah.
But the thing that they don't see is that the way that he treats the workers in his companies is not that great.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he fired like 80% people on Twitter, right?
Yeah, I mean, not just there, but you can look at Tesla, you can look at any other thing, right? It's a different approach, right? The approach that I like the most out of all of them that they do, I like Richard Branson's approach. He's extremely good at doing two things. He's a really good hirer. He hires the best people for the best positions, and he's extremely good at delegating, taking his hands off of things, and that's what made him successful. Two skills.
Long time I didn't hear anything about Richard. What's happened to him?
No, he's okay.
Yeah,
I mean, he just doesn't need the attention. Like there are many people who do amazing things and don't need the attention.
Right now we have a Gary V, and my friends told me like, oh, where's Gary? Like nobody here. Like he don't do anything special. Like he's not visible. It's like, what are you talking? Like Gary V, he bring more attention on the highest deep level than anybody else. He can make a like a live call with the people, right? And like a live consulting basically for like 10 hours on the Twitch. And I watched the full, like it was YouTube and Twitch because he's on the platforms. So 10 hours calling all the time, like I don't know, 100 people, right? And to talk with these people like they are friends, like, and they're actually friends because they said, oh, like how was the last meeting? You know, we didn't see each other. Oh yeah, I remember you. And he know all these people, right? So when someone he sells something or like some even book and everything, people buy 20, 50 because of the respect. When I go to Malaysia, he was on the event, and it was the event basically the company Success and Resources, and was Grant Cardone and many other people, but he was only the one who get paid for the event. Other people sell from the stage, the upsell, right? So the Gary V asked like how many people come because of me. It was 95% just come because of him. So basically, the whole event, works because he was there, but he get paid. He didn't sell, right? That's the difference because he don't need the views because he's like, the views are not your fans, not your friends. That's why you have a project like the V Friends, right? When it's have a totally different connection between him and them, who else? Like can be, let's say Logan Paul, right? Or even Andrew Tate. It's totally different. Andrew Tate he's not connect with the people, right? He don't connect with the viewers. He's completely out of the things,
A good example on who does it super well, you can look at Post Malone. Look at his interactions with people.
Yes, that's beautiful. Yeah,
right. It's so
that's
good.
Beautiful, yeah.
Or what? Yeah, another singer, Youngblood. If you ever heard about him, he was one of the people who did the soundtrack for The Fall Guy, the movie.
Okay, I watched just a little. I watched just a little the movie.
Yeah, so he did a cover on that song, and it's just pure amazing. And that's how I got into see a few videos of him. I was like curious, like this guy has so much talent. Everything. I want to see how he is like off stage or whatever when he's interacting with people. And it's just a pure soul, like it's Gary on a different emotional level, connecting with people. It's super nice. It's super nice.
But it's nice sample, like the inspiration, like you can be nice person, you can be kind, humble.
It can be,
and you can be successful, you know,
Yeah.
and you can reach on the top and everything. And I think it's
same thing. Like you have Post Malone, right? Big name, everything. You go to a concert, he goes down next to the
guitar,
next to
like,
the people, you know, and then he
Shoes.
speaks with them, changes shoes, you know, like it's so pure in an interaction. And when you observe that he's down in a fucking arena full of people having a conversation with someone, nobody's making a noise, nobody's screaming, everything, everybody's just listening, purely listening. That's when you know that you have your tribe there.
Yeah, absolutely.
That tribe is the main thing.
Just people, I think they get confused about what means the popularity, and when they have a fans who just scream to them, because the most of the people, they don't give the value also, you know, they give the numbers because it's what works already about the, you know, social media and everything. I built a project which I made, you know, like 140,000, you know, subscribers on the YouTube, but it was for the entertainment. So this basically, it's not make any fan base, not make any community. It was just, you know, funny videos, right?
Yeah.
And also the numbers of the money. Like many people think like 1 million, because my friend have 1.4 million. Many people, you know, thinking it's you know, money behind this. But because you do the shorts, of course, can be less money. But many people still think 1.4 million, it's supposed to be good money, right?
Mm-hmm.
My other friends have a 3.5 million guy from Pattaya. And this is like $1,500 a month. And when many people think, and they do it the same, do it stupid things, prank and everything, they thinking there's like big money, but it's not. But they don't say nothing about this one. Mm-hmm. That's what we talk about, being honest about this one. What you have, how you earn money, how you spend and everything, be honest. Because many people follow you, and they follow some path when they thinking is the happiness with the money, success, and the special, it's the respect, which is not, because you don't have even your community. Like nobody know you from name because you do it stupid shit. Like how you can get the respect, right? Do it like a prankster, right? You don't even have friends because everyone thinking you do it some prank for them, you know. So it's different value, you know. You can be good guy, successful, rich, and at the same time you can but it's also connect with the content, you know, with the things. What I'm absolutely I'm not even thinking about the numbers, about the podcast and everything. I'll do my best. I know I can win the game. Be a nice guy. It will be harder because I know how to get the numbers, right? Even how to play the game using the bots, using many things. I know this game. Like, you know, I know what is possible, what it's not, what we need to just use the, you know, system to break the code. It's like to get out from the, like, thinking about the money, you need to play with the money, right?
Yeah.
So it's like the same on the Instagram. You know, everyone play. You don't have chance with the people who play this game because everyone use some bots or some other tools, right? If you play fair, like, you be alone and you lose because you go to the system when you have, like, you know, stick and you're trying to, you know, with the battles, the people with a laser, right? It's impossible. Mm-hmm. So you need to play the game, you know, but I can talk about this one so other people know I use some tools. So other people who come, they not burn out because they're trying to do something from years to 5 and it's not working. But other people say, yeah, I have organic. Oh yeah, I'm the nutty. People say about, you know, when they don't use any steroids and everything, right? So people trying to get some level, but they don't understand that someone have some skills, use some program, use some, you know, coaching, whatever. But that's why it's important to be honest about this one, right? So you don't cheat other people, basically telling like, yeah, I get a reach from my restaurant, and you have you know, your father just sending you money, you know,
or a factory behind the whole thing, you know, like, it's true. And people think that a lot of what they see is real, which is not. And a lot of people who might seem very rich are actually very hard in debt. And these are some of the things, you know, like.
And the people who don't have money, they are more richer than this person because the person have a debt, right? Yeah. So this is what people don't see, right?
Yeah.
Like,
if you have zero money, you're still better off than someone who's hundreds and thousands in debt, you know. Like this is something that is still hard to grasp for some people. Okay, yeah. There's also another thing here. It's like income potential versus debt, right? So if you're making a lot of money, but you also spend a lot of money, you're still living better as someone who doesn't have any debt, but you're also at a higher risk of losing everything, right? And it feels harder, right? Someone who doesn't have much loses a bit, doesn't feel that much, but when you lose at a higher level, it feels different. But then again, my question is like, why do people who earn a lot of money, they don't hire someone to actually do a bit of financial management for them?
They're afraid to lose, maybe, and they're thinking like,
It's
I
not
think
a
it's
loss.
also their lack of trust, because they meet so many people who would play game not fair, so they build like a protective circle, whatever, where they don't allow anybody to go in, because many people win the game, but basically they have many people who trying to get things from them, and they lie to them, cheat them, and everything. And even many times, like when I connect with someone, the people are like protective and they lack of trust because of the old experience, and they so already, if I go with the pure heart, with the pure understanding and the open, like transparent, they don't treat me like this, because they connect me with some situation what they have in the past. And I think it's what happened now, like many people just it's like a natural reaction of the human, right? If you 10 times someone lie, you cheat you and everything, someone come and looks almost the same, right? They talk almost the same, you automate, like a build such a perspective and opinion about this person. And it's that point I'm trying to keep like everyone on the blank, which is hard, because you still reminds you about something, remind you about someone, sometimes the way how someone talk, and it's like, oh, he's talking the same like this guy, right? So it's about learning, the process, like to trust, like I trust, I always trust,
transparency as well. Like if it's transparent, if it's good, then it works pretty nicely.
So what's your biggest challenge right now? What's your goal and plan? Or what challenge you want to make for yourself?
Well, I did make 2 challenges for myself. First of all, I want to find new clients that are not from Romania for my consulting business. And the second one is that I want to find people who need help in purchasing properties in Thailand, especially in Bangkok. And they want to know if they are doing a good investment, or they are buying something good for themselves to live in, or to rent out, or whatever. And that's something that I started doing. I do own investments already, so I'm already in the market. I have my own examples to give on how I do and stuff. And I also manage these properties. So I do the Airbnb style rentals, and honestly, if it's a really good choice of property, then Airbnb is not going to be the main thing. You will get offline clients so much faster, so much better, and it's really good. It's like really, really good, because one of my properties, it's being rented up until November, and the person that was before the guy that came right now, he wants to take it again. So I'm just changing between 2, 3, 4 people, and they just rent it for like different periods. They like it, they love it, and it's all because like the design that I did for that is to make you feel super homey, give it a bit of luxury, give it a bit of a homey feel, but making it super comfortable. So like even the couch, when you sit on the couch and you have like the huge TV in front of you, the whole vibe of the place, it just makes you feel like you want to sit there all day long. Like when you're in bed, like I do almost a double mattress thing, like it's super high. It's like this high, the mattress. It's like super good. And that investment makes sure that when people sleep, like they can have a really good sleep. They come out of that bed refreshed. It's nice, and all of these sensorial design things that I put into that space, it gives it really good potential to being rented. So
and then you have bigger potential, like you said, to have returning clients, because if someone have a good sleep and feel good, sometimes the funny part, like many people who have a good experience, they don't have exactly reason why. They just have the feelings, like they sleep good and everything, and they come back for something, right? Because they don't put opinion. Like you don't say you have
this is what happens when you do things right. For example, the property that I have in Romania, it's built with 3 key features. First of all, it's in feng shui, right? Everything is done feng shui in every space. The other aspect is that all of the comfort things are done in such a quality that it makes you feel like, oh my God, you're living in paradise, And then the third one is the level of service. It's super high. We make sure that there's anything and everything that you want is there and it can be done, right? So it's that thing of an approach that happens, and with that you get the quality guests as well, because at a certain point you're not taking people that are not in tune with this type of service, this type of quality as well. Of course, you charge a different price from the market, but that also gives them the opportunity to experience different things. And
it's not always cost much more, like you
it's
said.
not.
That's the
It's
part.
not. The investment. So this is the funny part. So there are two units, right? One unit, because it's in a different area, I did a different type of project with that, because it was already furnished and everything, but it's not done in the sensorial way. So there we play with pricing a lot, with different type of pricing, different type of things included, but I don't want to put more money in that side. But the third one that I'm going to buy, it's going to be something that I do, and this is something that I want to try really, really well. It's to create a dark luxury space.
Dark
luxury as styling. So
like a loft dark style, something like that. Minimalistic dark loft style.
Yeah, like imagine that type of green that is like in my culture, in Hungarian, we call it the green of poison, like poison green.
Okay.
Right, so it's a very dark green, and combine that with a golden color, right, and golden accessories everywhere, and then combine that with something a bit more brighter, like a burgundy. We give it a bit of brighter burgundy into that. That looks fantastic. And just using like 3-4 colors, you can create a space that has a really different vibe to it, right? And the point of that space would be to go together with the building of creating this darker luxury in a super high-end building in one of the central locations in Bangkok. And that's going to be like really amazing. The one that is performing super well, the sensorial one, it also uses a color that you don't find in condos that well. I have a metallic bright green in the whole space. It's white, brown, and metallic green, right? And these are the combinations that I went with, and it feels so great. It's like, it makes you feel like at home. So good. And this is what I do with all the spaces that I handle, and I renovate them, I design the whole thing.
Nice.
I'm super bad at drawing, like this is the thing. I'm super bad at drawing. I will never draw a design, but
for anybody, just for yourself.
No. And I have it all in my mind. But when I go shopping, I know exactly what type of material I have to take. I know exactly what kind of shade of color goes with which one. And I have the whole plan in my mind already. So on my shopping sprees, I know exactly what to get, and it all comes together when it's there in the space.
So you see, like you are like a client, you can plan on your head, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm the kind of guy who plan when do with something, right? For example, like I cannot imagine make this like place, for example, even the podcast and everything, like without doing actually the putting camera and everything, like hard for me to create. But it's, I'm saying this because many people, tough, like they told them like, like you need to, do it this thing this way, you need to have a plan, you need to have a schedule, you need to do it like this. And stuck on something when they're thinking this is the correct way. But it's not. Like everyone, function differently. Some people planning on the head, some people when they make action. Some people need to hear something from someone and then later they repeat. Some people need to watch something, right? And it's like, you see like you are bad of drawing, right? But at the same time you do it, right? You make this happen, right?
Visualization for me is very strong. So in my mind, I can imagine many things, and that's why it helps me in consulting as well, because I imagine the scenarios very well. Like
different scenario, like Doctor Strange can see the different versions of the outcome.
Yeah,
can be right. Can be because you can see the story, right?
If you know, like Doctor Strange is one thing. What was the other doctor that was he was always playing the asshole part? It was a very famous one. He was always walking with a cane.
With cane?
He has a cane. He's always walking with a cane, and he's this huge genius doctor that solves all the complex cases.
But on the Avengers?
No. It's a series. It's a normal series.
Ah, okay. I don't know series. I don't watch.
I'm forgetting the name.
I don't have time like you to watch series,
Yeah, I make time. See, I make time for myself.
But I watch Mandalorian. This is the only.
That one's very good. Yeah.
Because I like the things when someone have a human skills.
Doctor House.
Doctor House. Yeah.
Doctor House.
Okay.
Yeah.
I watched maybe when I was younger, like a TV.
So what they do is that they do this like how he imagines things, like the visual. They put it on the screen and everything. That's kind of how my mind works as well.
But also works on the specific things, right? For example, like you said, for the consulting, for example, designing and everything, right?
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm saying this because many people like put self on the position like, oh, I'm not good on this. Like you have maybe the skill, but not on this industry, not on this business. If you take the same skill, you just put yourself to the different project, you'll be amazed like what you can do.
Yeah.
That's what
always go with your strong points and make the best use of them.
Exactly, and the place, because some people have I met the guy who I bought from him, this is my laptop, somewhere, MacBook, and he asked me like, oh, what do you do with this MacBook? I said, I basically have the same, but I sell to my business partner my other MacBook Pro, exactly the same, but it looks like I need again the same, and I do podcasts and everything, and this guy have 18 years old. He said, and what are you doing? He said, I'm still studying, but I like editing, and like, do you want to work for me? Because he speaks perfect Thai, he speaks perfect English, right?
Yeah.
So, and I will have for example, podcast with some people who are successful from Thailand, right? And like, for example, some fighters from martial arts from the Muay Thai, they don't speak English, but, it's good to have them, right? Buakao, right? And he asked, but I just start, I don't finish school yet. And I say, I don't need any your certificate, school and everything, right? And like, and he said, best things ever. He said, I can work with you because I like what you're doing and everything, but I can do for free. And like, it's a nice mind, the mindset and the attitude, right?
Learner's mindset. Yeah.
Because he also respect, about the things what I do, but at the same time he don't put self like on the position like, oh yeah, how much you pay me, right? Like many people. And I said, it's like it's great things what you said, because I'll pay you anyway. But I really respect what you say, because many people want money, they don't ask about the possibilities, and they're like, or some salary, right? It's like, bro, I just give you like big percentage of my business, like, and you asking me about fixed salary, like, I understand this, but at the same time, it's not what what we're doing, right?
Exactly. Yeah. It's just you have to find your people for that. I have a good example here. I work with a guy that does everything that is related to my website. Not the building of it, but the security side, the hosting and everything like setting wise, because I do a lot of things around experimenting a lot. So I need a lot of skills. And we have an agreement that I help him build his business. I give him all the consulting, anything that he wants for free, and he helps me for free with everything that I need. And this is just trade. Yeah. It's normal trade, and I love it. And
I love it also.
I worked with many people in this way as well.
Yeah,
I've gotten certain things from someone, certain products, and I give them my services, and everybody's happy with it, right? And it's good to do business like that.
Yeah.
That's how it was in the times before money. You were giving a cow for cereals
Yeah.
and so on, and it works well.
It can work like this. It's all about agreement what you can have, like
Yeah.
an open mind, like and value other people things. If you think you're like, oh, what you're doing, just you tell me, what I must doing, I can do by myself, right?
Yeah.
So this is wrong mindset, right? Like the same me about marketing. Like, yeah, I can basically do something like in 5 minutes, but it takes me 15 years to do it something in 5 minutes. That's
Exactly.
what people don't understand, right? You can just come and see things as like, and you want to charge me $2,000 for this, right? It's not how it works, I see things what you don't see, right? I can tell you something simple, but you never done this because you overthink. One thing is what I know what the story with the guy what I buy the consulting. It was about he teach me one thing. He said many people have a no disease, but a problem. They call this analytics paralysis.
Yeah.
It's how it goes in English, analytic paralysis. Like
Yeah.
they overthink about the data when they cannot choose the proper, things that make the decision, because they have so much information from many different sources. When they confuse what to do next, and I have this so many times because I learn a lot, I get information from many sources, and I'm sitting like, what the fuck am I, like what to do, like what to do, and that's why the consulting coach, however you call this person, like an expert, whatever, came in because he say choose this and only do this one is like speed up everything. They're having someone who tell you like do this one and like okay, and I sometimes overthink like 1 month about what to choose and I don't do it because I overthink about everything. It's good overthink because it's really important decision to make, right? Because it can go different direction, but having someone who tell you like and to see this one what you don't see and say choose this one, that's why I'm paying this guy. He was 19 years old. I pay him $1,000 plus 10% of my business. And for me, it's like easy because I spend 1 month not moving. So, and I'm losing much more to not do it.
That's
so
fine.
it's easy decision. That's what about also clients who can be, your client. They don't have many people don't have the understanding,
Yeah, it's all about data, how you see data, how you analyze it, how you understand it, because some people really don't understand what's going on in their own companies, the things that they built, and this is something that I see quite commonly, and they just wake up one day that, oh, why are my sales down? Why are things not working? There are decisions that you have done in time that led to this point. And in a session, we can go over all of them and we can identify where it happened. But the main point is like, okay, from now on, what decisions are you going to do and make to change what's happening? One of the most dangerous things is to come to a business consultant when shit hits the fan, because it might be too late,
The shit is what?
The shit hits the fan, when the fan is rotating and you throw shit, it spreads everywhere. It's like explosion, right? It's one that I like using because it describes the situation that people can be in. So what can happen is that at some point, the problem is so big that you don't have any more resources to fix it. And there was one person that came to me that his business was in shambles. He actually wanted to start an IT company, and he is an engineer, and he didn't want the help of anybody to manage the business side of it, and his management of the business side was abysmally wrong. And the only advice that I could give him, and I gave it for free, is to file for bankruptcy. There was nothing else that he could have done. There's no amount of money that he can put in to fix whatever was wrong. And then the best decision that he can make of not losing any more money is to hire himself and close the company. That's it.
Maybe it's not the right time to say this, but I have a friend who I say, the alcohol is so bad for you. Like, I really recommend you take drugs. No, it's like, this sample, like many people, like they going for that deep, but they don't want to say no, and it's going worse and worse and worse. basically they destroy health, destroy business, you know, but they just keep this as a like a on the boat, how you call this, the circle, like, you know, they basically
Yeah.
you know drawing with the everything, right? But they still don't want to say no, they because they treat this like a their baby, you know, and they don't want to lose, you know, they think there's no other things, they put all the energy, the power. I know many people like this, and basically
They do that because they think that that's their escapism,
yeah,
but it's not, and that's something that they need to realize. Something that you use as escapism should only be something that doesn't hurt you.
yeah,
Just simply choose some hobbies that are either constructive or they don't bring negative or neither a positive thing. Just spend time with it. It's
Yeah.
okay. You know, like painting some things, do pottery, whatever.
Mhm.
You know, or I don't know. Some people like to learn an instrument. Okay, do that. Do
Yeah.
whatever makes you unwind and disconnect from things. Or even in certain ways, gaming is also okay. Like if you have a really high stress job or very demanding job, actually those people, if they do certain type of gaming after the job, it reconnects them and lowers their stress levels, and it's so good.
Yeah.
But it also needs to be done in a certain way and not excessively.
Yeah, it's connected with everything. It's like overdosing, you know. They are overdosing.
Yeah.
They, you know, they're addicted to their own business, and they become like, how you call this? The one who killed the on the, like, you know, before when the like Western, who was the one who cut the head?
The guillotine.
The
The executioner.
Execution, like
Executioner,
they like by itself. They basically, you know, they try to execute themselves with their own, you know, things what they create, you know, like the creation become their miserable and the biggest problem and enemies, right? Yeah, the
That's
gift,
true.
they become your enemies, right? And yeah, but it's always like this. It's like you know, I think it's you know, because it's I really respect people who do things, right? So no matter like what kind of problems you have later, it's good you make decision, you build something, you know, you create something, you know.
Sure.
Like I always like, whatever you do, better to be the one who create than they consume everything and they just using, you know, the other things that don't being like, many people are not like not active, you know, in life. They just become like they call this NPC, right? Like,
Yeah, NPC style.
right, yeah, right. So there's the people that are not creating world. They are just basically part of any other people, you know, reality, right? And especially about the social media and you know, gaming, whatever. It's not negative about the gaming. The problem is like overdosing and everything,
Yeah,
right?
it's
And
like how you use it.
yeah. So, but like I said, like I rather to like encourage people to do things than just like, for example, create YouTube or create whatever, you know, outside give, than just receive, you know. Better to create some videos and, you know, even some bullshit and everything. They just watching this for 10 hours and then be like a, you know, basically like a robot, you know, who is like very similar to the version of the future reality, which we are already, you know, not that far, you know, because, you know, consuming things, it's the part, you know, of the problem, you know. So you need to just create things, and then sooner or later, if you create, yeah, it will be a problem, but you get the problem if you be just getting things and they just go into your head without you knowing. Like some people, you know, watching movie and later like they don't remember what they watch, you know, right?
Yeah, that's the worst one. Yeah.
Like a series and like for hours, and like they this, like I always like have things meaningful, right?
That's a key
Yeah.
point. Yeah, meaningfulness.
Some people say like, oh, you need to reset, you need to break, you know. You know, people around me, you know, my close surrounding, and they say, you know, sometimes you need to rest, sometimes you need to relax, sometimes you need to have fun. And like, I love, it's fun for me. You know what I mean? This is fun for me. This is super fun. You know, being with
Yeah.
you, talking about these things, you know, listen different perspective, you know, going from the different side. This is super fun for me. You know, like I more enjoy this one than fucking go to the club, you know, drinking and everything. Like
Oh, yeah,
this
definitely.
this is super fun. And for many people, this is like work boring and everything, right? Like I can do it for hours. And basically most of the people do things like this talking on the club, bar and everything, and they're still talking about very similar things, right? So, and we do it the same, right? Just put microphone, like some nice camera, and we do exactly the same. Right?
The only difference is like they will lose their voice at the end of the night.
Yeah, because it's louder, like we can have some, whiskey, whatever, but the point is like it's exactly the same. If you talk with someone, you basically don't drink. You realize when you start talking with someone and you have something interesting, you less drinking because you're talking.
True.
Most like you wanna, hydrate yourself than basically drink, Like sometimes I just, go with the flow with my people, like, shit, like 5 a.m., like times go so fast, and then, but what I learned from my social life, it's using the time and the people, the way, like, if you talk about something, about ideas, I execute for the next day. I connect. When I say something, I keep my word. I connect, and even if we're high on the party and drinking and everything, we're still trying to keep the vibe, to connect, because always the dopamine go down. So later, I say, oh yeah, it was a great time. But that's why you need to do something to keep the the word first. The word, like you say something, we meet, and we see if it's, the vibe are connected and everything. And this is the true networking. Like, I believe you can meet, great person everywhere, absolutely everywhere. Last time I was also buying this stand. I buy the stand and some charging cable or something like this. And I met the guy who also have like some business in Chonburi, and they're like, also, I have his contact. Maybe I'll invite him to my podcast, right? And it's like everywhere. Just be open, realize the people are everywhere, and you can find, but you need to move, do things, once
you set in motion, then everything starts moving by itself.
Because here we have dopamine, everything, but sometimes you need to push yourself when you're not good mood and everything, and it's like, oh yeah, okay, I need to call and everything. You need to do it, True. To have the good time, you need to have the challenge, to have many rejection and everything, and this already, especially on a business, there's like,
it's plenty. It's like everyday thing.
Yeah, it's like, like some people, like, I don't understand. Some people they're telling me, like, they think like it's all success. It's like, oh my God, like I have 1,000 of rejection. Like on many projects, like I have like basically for like funny because of many project, it was when I had the social media agency, like I exactly know I need to like make like 1,000 contacts to get one. So it was just basically statistic, right? So it's like and someone tell me like, oh, there's no clients, there's no people. It's like, how many calls you make? How many clients? It's like 50, 100, and like, yeah, like 20, 30. It's like, bro, like, there's no way if you don't make fun of. I always say even small to make them do it, because if I said 1,000, you don't do it. I do it, but not them. It says do it 500. If you do it 500 and nobody, answer, whatever, don't get clients and everything, like, and most of people don't do it. That's the part, right? This simple stat, you just do it. And soon you can be better on this. The stats can be better, but sometimes you have 2,000, nothing happen, and sometimes you have 110 happen. Right? It's all about the doing things,
True.
And if you do things beautiful, the luck also come. If you do things. When you said about luck, I was like, I'm not agree, because I think like the luck come to when I start doing things. Like maybe happen now the not expect time, right? But like last time yesterday, imagine this, like I believe the law of attraction, of course, right? So I'm basically I'm the coach of the secret of the company. They make a business from this. They try to sell the idea, so they make a franchising and everything. It didn't push through because they want too much money. They want, so it didn't go well. But like I have a certificate to be official coach of the secret. But works for me in the Philippines when I make the secret event. And I make the deal with the Air Asia when they want to buy our like a turmeric juice, but they just want to order like 100 pieces. I thought I have a big deal with the Air Asia. It's also like sometimes you think like, yeah, the big company in this one, yeah, we want 100 juices. It's like, I'll just fucking earn $100 from this, like. I thought it's like a big volume and everything, like they put like all the fucking planes on the world and everything. It's no, just 100 orders. Like, what? Yeah, but that's good experience. So now right?
Yeah.
If you don't experience this one, you never know.
From sales perspective, that one is like a huge opportunity because you already have access in the door.
Yes. Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So even if they think some people think like, oh, I can get like a small order, that's not good for
Yeah.
me. No, serve the small order.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Serve every
Absolutely,
order
yes.
that you get,
Yeah.
and make sure that you keep the
Yeah.
contacts.
Yes, yes, absolutely. I mean, that time was because we need to make that deal. So this we cannot even accept this because our order was much more for the minimum order from the like the production company. So yeah, I absolutely agree. Like I do things for free just to for the contact. I manage people for free. I do service for free just to keep the connection.
Yeah.
You know, this is the best, right? Because what you give just the time. You don't even invest much money, right? Especially when it goes to the next level, right? So it's perfect. This podcast is the same, right? It's exactly the same. It's networking. It's the people, right? It's the give someone, like you said, exchange. How I can help you? Maybe if I see something, I offer the same for exchange.
Yeah,
Because
true.
it's simple, right? It's when people are like on the level like understanding the different way of approach and the live, it's so easy. And then you see that so many people just finish the story. I just make the jogging yesterday. I mean the jogging, 21 kilometers. And on the middle was the start raining, and I go to the coffee shop, and I just guys see like they give me water for free, and when I go out, I see the like you have many medals, right? Like many trophy and everything. So I said, hey, you also running? I said, yeah. I said, oh, I going to the Spartan. I said, me too. And like, how many kilometers? He said, there's a super race, or something like 21 kilometers. I said, me too. I said, okay, great. See you on the Spartan race. Like, what's the chance, right? I passed like 100 coffee shops, right? 21 kilometers, 100 coffee shops. And then I stop at the place when the guy also, do the running. He speak perfect English. And I also make the same race, the same day, the same distance, right?
Yeah.
So like for me, like, oh my God, there's like 1,000 samples, like things coming to me so fast, so like precise, like a person, someone what I need, something what this must happen, many things, It's like sometimes it's like bored because it's happened like so, like all the time. When I know whatever happened, it's good, right? So for me, it's the luck is like, it's the matter of action, and if you start doing things, good things coming to you, Like
Sure.
It sounds some magic from, I mean, for me it's not magic, it's just so obvious. Like I don't know, sometimes I feel like you don't know how it works. Like if you do things and if you do more, you have more chance. So it's not even luck, it's
exposure.
It's exposure. It's law of attraction works when you work. Like I don't believe the magic things. Just do thinking and feeling and everything and all the concept.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
believing, yes, of course.
You set yourself up to deal with that situation when you're there, but you need to be there.
Yeah, you need
So
to do things.
That's like the preparation
Yeah.
side that you can do, but you have to be there.
Yeah.
If you're not there, doesn't work.
I learned to avoid just do it things, just like don't overthink, just do, and
Yeah.
and it helps with everything, but it's learning things. Like it's not talent, it's not I born like this. Like some people say, oh, because you like gym. I was like, I fucking hate gym. Like you look good because you like gym, It's like I hate gym. Like I force myself to go, I just even use steroids just to go gym because I think if I don't, go gym, like I do like microdose, but I on my head, if I don't go gym, I think I explode. So I need to go gym, right? So it's like I put like a poison just to do something what I don't like, right? So I create like a strategy just to do something, right? And it's like, and many times, like, okay, I don't like this one, so how I can do, right? Like, I don't like running, so what I do, I just go, and I go as far as can, because I need to come back, right? So I always go like more bicycle, it's like, okay, more. If I make 25, then I come back, I make 50, right?
Yeah.
So I just try to like, go and don't check the kilometers, like, oh my God, okay, I need to come back. No choice, So it's all about defining the strategy, just to, I believe like we can be addicted for things very easy. Like I can be like easy for me to like drink, take drugs, this one. Like I just found a way to avoid this, to do things more what I want to do, what I like to do, right?
True.
So that's I think everyone have the same things. It's not about I don't have the the same way of addiction of the drinking like others. I'm not better. I think the same like everyone. I'm just find a way to do my work, to more focus on this, to put myself on the ice bath and everything. So I'm just trying to find more things, which is quite more important than this. That's all. And many people thinking like someone have a better skills to avoid alcohol. I think everyone have the same way of the addiction. Like, yeah, someone even said they check on the Harvard University about the nicotine. That nicotine is not addictive. The nicotine is not addictive at all, and that's why they're putting all the shit to make the cigarettes addictive. But the nicotine by itself is not addictive, and the was on the Harvard University. They checked this, and nobody hear about this one, right? It's crazy, huh? Yeah. That's why that the cigarettes basically have a lot of like hundreds. They have 600 different substances in the cigarette, which is this one is addictive, right?
Yeah. I mean, all of these things, if you just avoid it, so much better for your life.
Yeah, but you need to find a way to avoid this. Put yourself to the position, put yourself on the level of even the success is escaping from, from the addiction from many things, right? Like work. I'd rather be workaholic somehow than be alcoholic, right? So I still, I deal with this one anyway. I need to deal with, right? So at least I make some wealth and I can deal with this, right? Because for me, even last podcast, my guest asked me a question like money or happiness, right? Like, money makes you happy? Question for you: money makes happy?
No, I find my happiness in many other ways. The only thing is that money enables me to get resources to try different things, get more experiences, get more stuff that can make me happy. But in general, money doesn't make you happy. It's other things that you value. Money is just a resource that you use to get something.
I like your word resource, because it's basically like anything else, like you said, like we can make exchange for something, and it's, and the next connection can give me something what I need, they speed up me for something, give me, even like what I need. I basically need to make a podcast, so it's all about this, right? It's all about I need resource, I need people, right?
Yeah.
So it was exact change. You give me knowledge, you give me your time. I give you also the time, platform, and the possibilities to, be more exposed and build the brand and everything, right?
Yeah.
So it's all about this. But I also met a guy who on my Instagram, he approached me, talk about the podcast. Later I said, we can talk about the option of how I earn money in Thailand. He said, I want to come to Thailand, but how I can earn money. So let's talk about this on podcast. And he said, I have a new manager. I charge money now for the podcast, right? It's bro, I respect, I said, I respect, your approach, and I mean, this your way, this one, but you approach me, you ask me about the podcast, right? And it's not how it works, but I respect, it's fine, if you think you have a value of, charge money for, whatever you have to message it is. I didn't see even much value of this one, but, I was open to talk. That's why, I only invite people who come to me, right? I don't want to, I will always fight for someone who have a value, right? I will try to get the clients like everyone else, right?
Yeah, sure.
But I'll be not pleasing someone if someone, first don't have some value, and at the same time, already have some, this approach, for me is always win-win, we can talk about this one, we can find a way, right? Or you can ask, but, not do it this way, right? So, but it's good, it's good experience also to see the different people perspective, Also, some people say because, I'm on the Sriracha, right? The people say but you're in Sriracha, not in Bangkok. I always say because it's more comfy to, have podcasts in Bangkok, right? More better for everyone. And I said, if someone don't want to come to me, it means I don't give enough value. If Joe Rogan invite anybody, nobody asks him where he live, right? People just go, right? Yeah. And he basically from the Texas, right? He live on the outside the world, right? And nobody asks, oh no, Joe, bro, you live far away from me. I'm sorry, I cannot come to your podcast. So I said, if someone,
in that way.
Yeah. So, but also I it's outside, and the first it's not that far. Many people say oh, you live too far and everything. It means it's not important for you, right? Enough, right? There's no first it's a nice area. The second is is different, so people can see something not the
Yeah.
same, right? So
Yeah, of
you know,
course. I mean, I take it like as that. Oh, road trip. Nice.
yeah,
You know, like this is how I think of happiness. Like,
Road trip.
what can I do? Yeah, what can I do to find those small things each day that create happiness for me? I like many things that give me happiness, and even if I have one small thing, that already gave me that happiness nudge that I need for the day. And if I do more, then it's even better. You know, and every day is like that. So it works. Like
yeah,
that.
it's a good sample, like the daily small things to bring more happiness to every day, right?
Yeah.
Because you have the momentum, and it's always the same things. It's always small things. Like it will be never like the small things basically make the big things, but you don't see later the big things because the small was the, you know what I mean? Like the people realize, like, you know, maybe we achieve already what we always want. We don't see this because it's just, you know, it was just small things anyway, right? Like even if we get something, you know, like you buy something, you're not happy like fucking whole week. You just feel good that day, right? And it's not like, wow, you know, oh my god, this is the best day ever. We don't have things like this, right? People like misunderstand, like even they get the best car, whatever, it will be not like they will be fucking happy every, you know, whole week or whatever, right? We just feel good, right? But it's still a small thing. If you look on this, it's still like a small things what makes you this day better, and then so next day you can bring the momentum, or maybe not because you have the dopamine, so it's go down, so you need to work harder, or just do not escape, you know.
Yeah, just don't feel down about it.
Yeah,
That's all.
yeah. Don't feel down. You get the Ferrari, you know, from your hard work.
Yeah.
But many people like they get things and they realize like, fuck, I thought I would feel better. Many people like didn't realize. That's why I don't want to buy things. I want to rent things.
Yeah,
because they have the same feelings. Sometimes like always say like, oh, I want to have the nice apartment with the view on the city in like one of the city in Poland, right, on the old town. And one day before I borrowed, you know, some money to my friend, and he said, oh bro, you know, when you will be, you know, in the city, like maybe you can stay on my sister's place. She'll just live for 3 weeks. You can stay there for free. And like, really? So yeah. And she have exactly the place what I always dream, right? And I have for this for 2-3 weeks for free when it costs a lot of money, right? Because I borrowed this guy like some money, but I have this. I don't buy this. I don't have this my own. I don't have paper, but I have the 100% the same experience. And the most beautiful what I like about this one, it's you always want something different later, right? That's why I always rent the car, because you know I have already like 30 different cars in the last 4 years, 5 years in Thailand, right? If I buy a car, I'll have the same car for like how many years, right?
Yeah.
And now I have to change. I have always great cars for the best price. You know, now I have a basic car for free, new car almost for free, and you know, like it's crazy. Like it's come to you and you experience different things. The same, you know, apartment and everything, right? I always want to have place with a fire spot. How you call this? The fireplace. Yeah. I always want, like, how in Thailand you can see fireplace, right? And basically, I just didn't know they can turn on the light. And I bought them like a, you know, fire like for USB and the looks like a fire. So I put some wood and I have a fire spot, right? Yeah. Fireplace, like even I make last time with my daughter the bonfire, because it's like how many years I'm in Thailand I never had bonfire. So I make bonfire. Yeah. You know, it's like, oh, now I want to make like with the sausage. In Romania, for sure, you make it like a bonfire, right?
Same thing.
It's fucking awesome. Like I never see nobody doing things like here. Like I put the sausage right on the stick, right? You make something like this when you're young.
Yeah, we make it with sausage.
And you make potato.
A potato
on the aluminium when you put on the bonfire.
Yeah, of course.
It was great, huh?
Yeah.
And I want to do it this one, you know, like show like look how we play when we're young, you know. That's the old school things, right? Like the 90s, right? No phone, you know, like it was good times.
90s, 2000s as well.
Yeah.
It changed after.
Yeah.
After phones were introduced.
Yeah. It was fucking awesome, huh?
Yeah.
I sometimes like, that's why I like the Super Mario, you know, like I'll even name like, it's remind me the time, you know, like, yeah. And you play the game and there was no save. So if you fail, you start again. And nobody care, right? Like now you have a pause and everything, but basically you can pause, okay? You can pause, but basically, if you finish, but you cannot save, right? So when you start things, you start from the pause, but you cannot turn off. Like when your mother turned off TV, you know, or like turn off the game, it's like, oh no, it was half of the game already, and you start again, you know. It was crazy, yeah. Nobody think about these problems, you know. Like now the all small things like that are, pissed off, like about everything, even about the show, restaurant, this one, people, like, I mean, still me, right? I mean, it's small and smaller, right? But about everything, but still, like, it's the in generalize, become like so soft, when we, didn't understand like what we had before and how happy we are with the small things, like going out, like you just go out, right? It's so crazy, right? Just go out and disappear, and and you come back when it's dark, right? And like dirty and everything, like where's the fucking phone? Like, like was so fun,
It was good times, damn good times, yeah. Miss it, for
yeah,
sure.
right? Like it's totally different now. I need to like I see some video like father like tell to his son like, okay, you have a home arrest, like a dad, like, but home arrest not supposed to be at home.
Grounding.
Yeah, it's grounding.
Yeah.
Sorry, grounding. It's like it's not supposed to be, like inside. No. You stay outside. Like grounding for going inside the house. Like, and like, well, but you want to come back. That's the point. Like you stay outside. Like what I must do, and like I don't know, take some fucking stone and put on the neighbor's window. Not like that. Like do something. Like how to like. It's hard to even explain.
Go climb a tree or something.
Yeah, like it's hard to explain. Like what I must do. Like I even don't think about this. I just go and like like. Happen something, right? Just create things from nothing, right? Yeah, it was like now it's like someone must go outside for like 6 hours, like right, like even don't think like how what they must do, right? Like right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, everything became a bit shorter like that.
Yeah.
True.
Man.
All right.
It was pleasure.
This was nice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And yeah, if people want to see more of us,
I'll add your
just
link.
ask.
I'll add your link, and we make some nice shorts and clips and everything. So
good.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, we obviously there. We're just looking here.